do, upstate South Carolina? Hello, America. What up, world? Great to be with you as we are rolling day by day at this point, hour by hour, excruciating second by excruciating second on our way towards Thursday night college football. Really, just to make it feel like it's even closer, I should say late Thursday afternoon college football. And then we got some games on Friday night, and then Saturday rolls around, and we get it going from Columbus, Ohio at noon. Arch v. Julian, Ryan v. Steve, Buckeyes and Horns.
I'm trying not to be that guy that I was last week about week 0, but your excitement about Thursday, I mean, come on, dude.
I don't know why you you won't just let yourself experience joy.
No,
and
I will.
You know what?
You know when I will? When football really starts on, although I think there are some decent games on Friday, but for sure on Saturday, when the season really starts, when Clemson's playing, when South Carolina's playing, when Ohio State's playing, when the big names are playing. Well, we got Maction going on Thursday night. Is that what we got going on?
I don't know why you won't let yourself have a good time. Right? Like it doesn't click to me.
All right. All your hype about the game in Ireland last week, and I tuned in, and it's like, okay, maybe this is going to be as good as Rob says it's going, and it was so bad.
Again,
so I'm waiting for, maybe it's an elitist take, I'm waiting for real college football.
I mean, first off, it absolutely is that. Let's be real clear.
I'm waiting for real college football. Not everybody are college football fans like you. I mean, you are an Uber fan, will watch anything, and I don't care what Ohio University is doing. I don't care what North Dakota State is doing. I don't.
You know, it comes down
who's
to
in the top 25. How are they doing? I care about my teams and the top 25 and how it affects my teams.
See, and this is where our difference comes in. You're a fan of your team playing football. I'm a fan of football.
No, that's not true. I just mentioned all those other teams. I'm gonna watch the good teams. I'm not gonna watch teams that only their parents watch, which is fine. I mean, you know, I played at a lower level of football. No one was watching me. I mean, you know, that's just how that goes. But I'm glad. I hope there are a lot of people like you that are tuned in to that. I'm waiting for real football.
I mean, again, it's I don't really know how to put it into context.
You're just trying not to be mean to me.
That's a huge part of it.
You want to call me names and stuff, but
no, I don't want to call you names.
But I do represent a certain part of the audience who feel the same way.
I'm sure you do, and so do I. That's why it is what it is. I will, after not having college football on my television for 7 months, whatever it's been, after not having football on my TV that long, I will take bad football over no football.
Okay, you watch the UFL?
Now
you watch that league?
No, because the UFL starts literally right after the NFL's over. I've got my fill, and on top of that, when the UFL starts, we're like peak of opening baseball, and I still love my baseball. I think with college football, for me, it is a stance of we haven't had anything since January, whatever it was. The date's not on your shirt. Lonzo's wearing his national championship shirt from last year. Yeah, no, I know 2025. What day, Lonzo? What day? January, February? I don't remember. Time's a flat circle. Nothing's real. I will take bad football. Now, when we get to week 7, week 8, there's probably less chance that I'm like, oh, hey, it's Tuesday night and, you know, San Diego State is playing the Ohio Bobcats, since you brought them up. Like, I'm probably less inclined then. But right now, when it has been months and 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 months since the last time we got to get it done, like, Yeah, I'm gonna watch Kansas State, Iowa State. And on top of that, as I mentioned, going into Saturday's game, even if it did turn out to be ugly, because again, it's week 1, not everybody's gonna have their best stuff just yet. That's part of the appeal of early season football. That's a game that may very well factor into who the Buckeyes play in the first or second round of the college football playoff.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Somebody.
One of those two teams.
Somebody has to win the Big 12, Lonzo.
You're right.
Somebody's got to win the Big 12.
Hey, that's a good point.
Yeah.
And you said my name for emphasis. You're right.
Yeah. If I say your name at the end of the sentence, it's because I need to make that point.
Buddy.
Somebody
Pal.
it was the same energy. Somebody's got to win the Big 12, and those are two teams that still might be able to do that. Again, wait, timeout. How have we not gotten to Avery Johnson's dad getting in a fight in the parking lot? Did you see who he got in a fight with? Avery Johnson's dad got in a fight in the parking lot of the stadium in Dublin, Ireland.
Yeah, I know.
Wait, I'm setting up.
No, I was just going to say, this is
pop.
very Irish, though.
This is super Irish. Avery Johnson's dad got in a fight in the parking lot of the stadium in Dublin, Ireland after the game with Avery Johnson's brother. Pops and other brother went at it right after that game. That family clearly hates losing. Like, clearly not cool with Avery taking the L out there in the middle of Dublin, Ireland. Or they just absorbed the Irish by proxy, right? Like they absorbed the Irish via osmosis.
You think Guinness may have come into play there?
There's no way it didn't. There's no way it didn't. Apparently, after the game, and I still don't know, all we've seen is a statement by the brother that was like, yep, we went too far. We learned from our mistakes, you guys. Like the generic Avery called it and was like, hey, jackass, I'm going to need you to make a statement about how big of a beehole you are, please and thank you. I went out there when my team was as highly ranked as we have been since I got here, and we took an upset L, and then I get on the plane to fly home, and what do I find out? But you and Dad are rolling around in the parking lot like a couple of absolute morons. I'm going to need you to cut an apology, and not on your own. Here's the script from the team public relations manager. Read it word for word. Do not add, do not subtract. But I really need to know what the 10 minutes leading up to that fight between Avery Johnson's dad and Avery Johnson's brother were. What is that? What is that? How does that conversation go down? Do you think little bro or big bro? I don't even know if it's little bro or big bro. It doesn't matter. You're not QB of a Division I football team that has aspirations of a conference championship.
Gotten in a real fight with your brother?
I've never gotten in a real fight in my life.
Not just the normal, whatever it is between siblings.
No, I don't. No, I haven't. No, I was going to say I don't think I have. No, I haven't. I have not. The brother and I were both taught from the same perspective of, hey man, if you can avoid getting punched in the face, do that. That's good life advice. Don't get punched in the moneymaker. So we never went at it, which makes me. Now that's not to say we never had a couple of pushes back and forth. That's not to say we never had a couple of shouting matches as kids, whatever. But this isn't like a 16 and a 14-year-old kid shoving each other around in the parking lot. This is the quarterback of one of the team's dad versus the brother of the quarterback of the same team. which also makes it a father-son fight in the parking lot. What was the conversation leading up to the first punch getting thrown? Yeah, hey, Dad, maybe if you'd have taught him to read the cover zero better. Yeah, well, maybe if you'd have gone out there in the parking lot and been more of an athlete like your brother.
Apparently, they have released a joint statement.
I'm sure they have.
The brother and the father.
That said what? Our bad, guys?
We sincerely apologize for our actions following yesterday's football game in Ireland. Senseless bickering escalated into an unnecessary fight. We have resolved our differences and take full responsibility for our actions. We have apologized to our immediate and extended family and now extend our apologies to Kansas State University, its alumni, and fans. We regret this incident.
I bet you do.
Have learned from it.
I bet you have.
And are committed to ensuring it doesn't happen again.
I bet you are.
Please accept our deepest apologies.
Oh, I do. I do, Father and other Brother Johnson. I do, because the entertainment that you provided me, if only for a couple of days, was absolutely worth what you guys are having to go through right now. Absolutely incredible, man. That's so good. Like, what was the lead up to that moment? What was the lead up to that spot? What was the conversation between Father Johnson and Johnson Jr.? What was that conversation like? Yeah. Hey, Dad, maybe you should have brought Avery to a couple of more practices, huh? Yeah. Well, maybe you should have been a better athlete, not Avery. Like, oh, dude, I would pay money. Could you imagine having walked out of that stadium after knocking back, 64 plus ounces of the manna from the heavens that is Guinness, walking out after some fish and chips in Dublin, Ireland, making your way back to the pub, and you see dude who looks shockingly and remarkably like the other dude in the fight, fighting each other in the parking lot. And then just finding out, not only is this a father-son fight, because as somebody with Irish blood coursing through these warrior veins of mine, while I never got into it with my old man, and in fairness, my old man was bigger than me. He'd have whooped my ass till the day he died. My old man was going through chemotherapy and radiation and still would have whooped my ass if I went after him like that. But I never got into it with my old man. However, I know for a fact that I've got at least one cousin who got into it with my uncle, his old man. I know that that's happened once. And just to make it a little more Irish family from Southeast Louisiana, it was at a family reunion, because of course it was. So, I get it. I've seen it. I would pay all of the dollars. I would pay all of the dollars to just know what the Irishman walking out of that stadium, seeing two Americans just going at it in the parking lot, and then finding out that's Dad and Junior. What are they over here? What was that conversation like? And I would pay just as much money to be seated on the airplane flight back to Kansas next to Avery Johnson when they got on the plane and the pilot goes, boom, you may now resumption usage of your digital devices. And Avery pops on Twitter to find out, as he's trying to get his life together and get back to Kansas, licking his wounds and figuring out, all right, now we're in the back seat for a Big 12 title hunt. How do I get the boys ready to go for week 1 next week? Oh, I'm trending. Man, I didn't think that many people cared. Oh, I'm not trending. Apparently why are my dad and brother trending? Oh my God, Dad. What are we doing? Brother not named Avery? What is happening here, guys? What are you doing? I would have paid to hear what the conversation was leading up to the parking lot scrap between dad and brother, and I would have paid to be the teammate sitting in the seat next to Avery Johnson when he popped on social media for the first time after taking a nasty L on the road or on the air, on the ocean, whatever you call a road game on the other side of the Atlantic. To be sitting next to him when he popped on Twitter for the first time to find out that dad and brother had him trending not because of his performance in a week 0 top 25 matchup, but because they beat each other's ass in the parking lot after the game was over. Incredible, man.
If you're a teammate, how do you rib Avery Johnson over this?
I honestly,
or is it so embarrassing you just don't say anything?
I don't think I can, honestly. Like, what do you say to that guy in that spot, right? Hey, man, sorry that your dad and your brother kicked each other's ass in a parking lot right after you took the biggest L of your career. That sucks, dude.
Maybe if you had more fight in you like the rest of your family does, we would have won that game.
Hey, man, your dad's just trying to set the example out here. He wants to win so bad, he'll knock his own other son's teeth out. That's how bad he wants that dub. All right, we're going to not talk about that the whole show. I absolutely could. But we got a lot we got to get to on the radio program today. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue our look ahead to week 1 of the college football season. Big news out of Columbia, South Carolina yesterday for the Gamecocks. You will have an RB1 coming up Sunday when you take on the Hokies of Virginia Tech. We'll get to that. Let you know that coming up on Friday, we will go behind enemy lines as Adam Epstein is a host on 106.1 The Fan in Charlottesville, Virginia. He's going to join us on Friday to talk a little bit about this Virginia Tech South Carolina game. So we'll start getting into the X's and O's of that matchup. Coming up today on the show at 8:40 a.m., Jason Donnelly is the athletic director over at Furman. Yesterday, I went over for the unveiling of all of the new and improved Timmons Arena. And we're going to have Jason Donnelly on to talk about how they got there, the upgrades they put in, and more. Plus, a lot of college football. It's going to get wild. Don't go nowhere. Let's have a good time. He's Lonzo. I'm Rob. Thanks for being here. Let's get it. The Rob Brown Show is live on your radio. It's The Fan Upstate. All right, guys. Got a live read. Stay right there. We'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. Jersey Joe said the Johnsons were just family bonding. You know, Lonzo, you got a loves to fight guy in your family or in your group, in your circle?
Rob, my entire family
is loves to fight guy.
Yes.
I've got loves to fight guy in my family. Well, not in my family. I got loves to fight guy in my like tight knit circle of friends, right? Like he's in our tight knit circle of friends. He's also not invited out with us a lot of the time. Like he's a genuinely good dude, but there's a line of beverage. Like there's a line of beverage that when he crosses that line of beverage, he goes from, it's wild. Rob Brown is a dude who, after mild imbibery, Rob Brown likes everybody. Like I love everybody. I am a lovey-dovey dude. I am a dude who gets straight, and I don't even care, emotional. You give me a couple of Jack and Diets, oh man, I love everyone and everything, and I am compelled to let them know it. 100%. I've got a buddy.
You also get louder.
Remind me to tell you about a conversation that happened yesterday at the Furman thing that comes into play. So we've got a dude in our friend group that you give him a couple of Jack and Diets or whatever he's drinking that night, and he like it's a bell curve for him. It's like love you, love you, love you, love you, punching you in the face, man. And I don't know, like to him, it's totally rationalized. He's like, hey, that guy insulted me, and I need to make sure he knows that's not okay. I'm like, dude, stop. You got to stop. You got to stop. We can't invite you out anymore. I'll invite you over to the house to watch football because I know you're not going to hit me, but I'm not going to let you get into a fight with your own son in a parking lot at a football game, man. What are we doing here? Jersey Joe said they're family bonding. That's wild. All right. We've got a big story coming out of Columbia, South Carolina yesterday. It took dating back to January when Rachel Faison signed with the Gamecocks out of the transfer portal. He was second team All-Mountain West last year out of Utah State and would have been first team All-Mountain West, except for a cat by the name of Ashton Jonty existed at Boise State last year. Faison last year, number 5 running back in the transfer portal top 100 rankings, will be a 7th-year senior this fall after the NCAA did grant his eligibility waiver yesterday. 1,109 yards, 8 touchdowns at Utah State last season, was expected to head to the National Football League in the draft this year and likely would have been a third-day pick had he done so. But after Diego Pavia filed a lawsuit saying that his junior college experience should not count against his NCAA eligibility, Faison said, yo, that's me too, homie. That's me too. I'd like to come back as well. And the waiver got approved yesterday for Faison to join the Gamecocks. Now, in fairness, he did get a waiver approval a few weeks ago, allowing him to practice. But as Lulu Kesson, who joins us and will again this and every Thursday at 8 a.m. pointed out, the initial waiver was you can practice while we decide if you're going to be allowed to play. Shane Beamer was losing his mind at SEC Media Days about the fact that that waiver had still not been approved. Well, here we are, a month and some change later, and the waiver got approved 5 days, well, 6 days because they play on Sunday, 6 days before South Carolina travels over to Atlanta, Georgia to take on the Virginia Tech fighting turkey hokey things. We'll see. I think the good news here is that you got the guy that Shane Beamer wanted to be RB1. And we knew that it was going to be a major part of the offense. I do not think that many people who looked at this Gamecock offense last year, and I'm not saying none of you do, relax. Some of y'all take comments like this personally. You should not. But I don't think many people recognize just how important Rocket Sanders was to that offense last year. And more importantly, I don't think people really recognize how important Rocket Sanders was to Lenoris Sellers last year as both you better keep an eye on this guy, because if you attack QB1 and Rocket ends up getting the ball and you're not playing him as a legit running back, he's going to kill you. He's going to blow you up. So to bring in a guy who was second in his conference last year in All-American voting, All-Conference voting, only to a top 10 NFL draft pick in Ashton Janty, to bring that guy in and to bring in a 7th-year senior and to bring in a guy who's got that experience and that level of productivity last year is a big deal. So I'm going to ask the question later on in the radio broadcast for both Lenoris Sellers and Cade Klubnik. What will their team need to accomplish for either one of them to be able to claim the Heisman Trophy at the end of the year? Now, I have made it known over the years that, unfortunately, I wish it was different. Unfortunately, the Heisman Trophy doesn't necessarily carry the weight that it should, right? We've had this conversation at length that the Heisman Trophy in 2025 feels more like a popularity contest and a beauty pageant than it feels like an award that genuinely goes to the best player in college football at the end of the year. Here's what I will say. It's still very important. And it is very important for a few reasons. It is very important, first and foremost, as a recruiting tool for the future, right? If you have the opportunity to talk to a 5-star quarterback down the line, you've got an opportunity to try to recruit another Lenoris Sellers down the line. And you're like that quarterback or running back or wide receiver or whoever. And I think it's probably even more valuable. Like, how much would it benefit Ohio State if their wide receiver, Jeremiah Smith, how much would it benefit Ohio State if you sent a Heisman Trophy winner at wide receiver? How huge would it be for a team how big would it be for Notre Dame if Jeremiah Love, the running back, wins the Heisman? Because if you find yourself in the mix for a 5-star, top-of-the-line, that guy's position in the next couple of years, the recruiting tool of saying, hey, man, we have a non-quarterback, or we have a quarterback who won the Heisman. We can get you a Heisman. We've already done it. That's massive. It also comes along with, obviously, especially if that guy is coming back for another year, which obviously will not be the case for Klubnik and Sellers. But if that guy's coming back for another year, that's even bigger. Because if a guy's coming back to try to hunt another Heisman, to try to be the first guy since Atchie to get a pair of Heismans, next year you're going to get a ton of media attention. And media attention is worth its weight in gold in 2025. Getting a Heisman Trophy is enormous. So if Clemson wants to get one for Cade Klubnik, if South Carolina wants to get one for Lenora Sellers. What will those teams need to accomplish? We're going to talk about that coming up a little bit later on in the show. At 8:40 a.m., Jason Donnelly, athletic director at Furman, going to join us on the phone line. We'll talk about the new and improved Timmons Arena that was unveiled to the public yesterday for the first time. I got the opportunity to go over there and get the behind-the-scenes tour. I've also got a ton of pictures that I took. I'll be putting those up on the stream later on the show. So if you're a Paladin fan and you did not get a chance to make it over there, you'll want to be here at 8:40 when we go through that. We'll talk a little NFL. It is cut day. Roster's got to get to 53 today. What's that mean for the Panthers? All that and more coming up on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, dudes, internet, stay right there. I got to upload some stuff. We'll BRB. Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It is the Fan of State. Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo, and you. So, what do we expect now that South Carolina does indeed have RB1 in the fold? That is now confirmed. That eligibility waiver has been granted. Faison is now in the mix.
How old is this guy now? Is he like 25?
He's got to be, right? He's a 7th-year senior, so that's the age that makes sense.
That concerns me. The other concern is waiting all this time. I hope he's worth it.
I mean, look, you're talking about a guy who last year rushed for over 1,100 yards. He had 8 touchdowns, and it was for a team that was more known for throwing the football.
And what team was that again?
That would be the Utah State, whatever they are.
Where do they play again?
Utah.
Okay, now I know the state, but I'm talking about the conference.
That would be the Mountain West Conference.
Okay.
Yep.
So has he? Wow, he hasn't faced SEC defenses yet, and I hope he's worth the wait. That's all I'm saying.
Look, here's what you know. What you know is that maybe or maybe not, Attaway's going to be a dude. Like maybe or maybe not, Attaway's going to be a dude. You don't know yet, and you can't know. You also don't know and can't know that this guy is going to be a dude. What I do know is that you got to have a running back. Like, unfortunately, it's not an option. You got to have a running back.
I hope he's amazing. I hope it doesn't matter who he's going against, that he runs just as well. But I mean, there's such a story behind this that you worry all this story and then nothing.
Yeah,
it's a negative attitude. I get it, but
not from you.
I mean, we have seen people hyped before to this degree, and there's also, why did he want to stay in college?
Because he could. Because Diego Pavia opened the door for him.
I mean, I get all that. I do, but it makes it look like he doesn't think he can make it in the NFL, so he wants to squeeze one more year out. By the way, I understand that if he plays as well as he did last year in the SEC, it ups his chances of getting drafted. I do get that, but his age would definitely come into play because he'd be 26 going into the NFL as a running back.
I mean, it didn't stop Tyler Shuck from getting drafted.
Not a running back.
I don't know. Here's what I do know. What I do know is you were hurting for a running back. And what I do know is sometimes you got to take what's in front of you. Sometimes you just got to get what you can get. And sometimes you've got to be able to work with what you can work with. So I am intrigued by what he brings to the table. I do wonder if all of the accolades bestowed upon him by Shane Beamer are just hyping up his boy, or if he really is a dog. I've seen some of the footage from him at Utah State. Guy looks like a very good runner. But I also think it is more than fair of Lonzo to say, you ain't done it in the SEC. You ain't done it against the big dogs yet. And we've got to see what he's capable of. I'm watching some of the, as a matter of fact, I'm watching some of the Utah State highlights. And I will tell you, like, the guy's got a burst, without a doubt. He's got acceleration. He can get to the edge and cut it up the field very rapidly. He's not necessarily the guy that has a ton of size, but he's got very good vision. He's got a very quick shift in direction. I'm watching a couple of highlights now from a couple of games last year for Utah State. The guy sees holes very well. He gets to the hole very well. He's got good open field maneuverability. Like, if you can get him, and this is something that South Carolina, I thought last year, did exceptionally well with Rocket Sanders. And I would also point out that it is made easier to do this when you have a quarterback who is also a threat. If you get this dude one-on-one in the last level of the defense, if you get this dude locked one-on-one with a strong safety, with a free safety in the open field, he's going to make them miss. I am watching effectively a compilation of highlights last year. I'm watching him play San Jose State right now. And there are a number of clips where it's an edge or an end-around run. They get him locked up 1v1 on the safety. Good blocking scheme to spring him to the second level. And there is, and again, it's a highlight reel. So, like, you're only going to see the best outcomes here. But I've watched probably 6 or 7 straight plays where he gets low to the ground. He gets 1v1 versus a free safety or a deep safety. He's got a very good ability to not tell you which way the cut's going to go, right? Like a lot of running backs, they are going to telegraph their last cut very early. The weight's going to start shifting to one side. The ball's going to intentionally move to whatever arm is going to be the outside arm. I'm watching this guy consistently get to the second level, get one-on-one, and then just bang goes left, bang goes right. Like, it's impressive. So the point that I'm making here is that it is probably less important that, oh, this dude needs to be the guy for South Carolina. I mean, you've got to be able to run the ball, right? It's the Southeastern Conference. You have to be able to run the ball. I think it is more important that Faison is able to be the threat that opens up the field for Lenora Sellers. In fact, I'm watching another play right now. I think this is against, this is against Utah from last year. I may even pull up, and we may do some film study on this a little bit later on in the show. I'm watching a play right now that is a delayed draw handoff between him and the quarterback. They go with a 5 O-lineman set. So they're going 4 wide, twins right, twins left. Running back lined up off the back right of the quarterback. Right guard, right tackle, pull to the left. Quarterback puts it into the gut of Faison and looks at the defensive end coming off the offense's right, the left side defensive end. And you can tell the threat that Faison is, because in that spot, ordinarily, a defensive end in that spot has the job of sit down, find the football, and go after the nearest back that can hurt you. In this case, it would be a decision because Faison does something that a lot of running backs, I don't think, really understand what to do coming out of what is effectively an option in that spot, which is to get the ball in the gut, to have it in the hands, but not just grab it and take off running, but to allow the quarterback the time to make the decision. And because of that, the defensive end, the edge rusher off the left-hand side, instead of attacking the running back, he sits down, right? He waits, because the one thing a defensive end in that option scenario cannot do is attack in a way that the quarterback can pull the ball, get the defensive end's shoulders square to the sideline, right? Because if he's coming off of the edge, unblocked, left guard, left tackle, pull around to the other side. If he comes off the edge, and what you're going to do as a defensive end is you are going to put your hip into the butt of the pulling tackle, and you're going to go with him down the line, but you want your shoulder pads squared up to the end zone because you cannot allow the quarterback to get across your face. So, because Faison is so good in this spot at holding on to the ball, at waiting for the quarterback to make a decision, the defensive end ultimately gets up the field, turns his shoulders to the opposite sideline, and the quarterback says, all right, we've got numbers on the left-hand side. The defensive end is squared to the opposite side. If this was Lenora Sellers at quarterback, I tell Sellers, you pull that ball and you take it on your own. The second that you see the defensive end square the shoulder blades to the far sideline, you've got him. The Utah State quarterback, I'm going to work under the assumption, probably not as talented, as quick as Lenora Sellers. So he gives it to Faison. And what Faison recognizes in that spot is we've got the numbers. The pulling guard and tackle have kicked out the defensive end. We've got one-on-one versus the defensive tackle out there, and the block and the holder there. He ends up popping it for he's still running. I was going to say a good game, but it ends up being like a 35-yard gain off of effectively an option that probably does not work if you have a running back who is overly aggressive and outruns the option handoff from the quarterback. Faison now clearly shows that he has the knowledge, the ability to say, all right, I'm not taking off with it until the quarterback releases the ball, and I know that it is mine. But B, that sets up the quarterback to be able to make a play. And I'll tell you right now, I would not be shocked to see between Faison and Sellers to see that delayed quarterback option be a regular part of the game plan. Because if I can utilize Faison as just looking at a couple of plays, because this was run with some level of regularity by Utah State. In fact, the very next play on the highlight reel is the exact same play. This time, they don't pull the guard tackle. They just hand it to Faison. The quarterback looks at the opposite side defensive end. The defensive end gets up the field. He stays square with the goal line out the sideline. So it's a quick handoff to Faison, who looks, recognizes the hole, cuts to the right side, bursts outside, picks up 20-so yards on the option play. To have that level of not just experience, but vision, to have that level of knowledge of what a quarterback needs to make the decision on the option to either release it into the gut of the running back or to pull it and to get into a foot race with the edge rusher to the sideline, which Lenora Sellers is going to win way more than he loses. I think this opens up a world of opportunity. And when you are looking at Virginia Tech, a team that is not going to have edge rushers that are quite as talented as some of the other teams like LSU that South Carolina is going to see later on in the season, real good opportunity to work on that, to get Shula's offense involved in what is going to be probably the most college application of the run game that you will see in what is going to be a very pro-style Mike Shula offense. Highlights on YouTube. I'll do some film study of this later on in the day. But I will tell you, just in the handful of minutes that I watched last night after we got the news and the handful of minutes I've watched so far this morning of some different clips, I'm interested. Again, I'm not saying it's going to look the same if it's Ole Miss lined up across from you, but I'm saying it looked damn good against USC last year. All right. Coming up in the next hour, water cooler cheat sheet. We'll talk a lot of college football. What do the Clemson Tigers and South Carolina Gamecocks need to do if Cade Klubnik or Lenora Sellers are going to win the Heisman Trophy? We'll get into that and a whole lot more. All of that comes after an absolute 5-star sports flash from the great one.
The Atlanta Braves lost to Miami last night 2-1. Spencer Strider's record dropped to 5-12 after giving up just 3 hits and 1 run across 7 innings. Atlanta had just 3 hits on the night, their only run coming from a Drake Baldwin home run, the rookie's 14th of the year in the 9th inning. The Bengals and edge rusher Trey Hendrickson have ended their negotiations. Hendrickson has agreed to a $14 million raise from the team, boosting his salary this year to $30 million, plus $1 million bonus if he plays 60% of the team's plays and the Bengals make the playoffs. Amari Cooper has reunited with the Raiders while terms of the deal weren't released. 31-year-old wide receiver returns to the team that drafted him 4th overall in 2015, where he played 52 games, catching 225 balls for 3,183 yards and 19 touchdowns before being traded to Dallas in 2018.
Game Week Tuesday. Ladies and gentlemen, the Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo, and you. We are talking college football on the radio program today. However, there are other sports going on as well. Major League Baseball marching towards its postseason. Cal Raleigh, the big dumper, is an absolute dog. We'll talk a little baseball later on in the show. We've got to get some NFL in here as well. We have got a gazillion things to cover on the radio program today. And I know what life is for you right now. Life for you is, can we just make it to Thursday? Can we just get to Thursday late afternoon? Because Thursday late afternoon, it's a big day. It's a big day because Thursday late afternoon, college football gets underway. It got underway on Saturday, but now we wait for Thursday night because while the games aren't super sexy, there are some interesting teams that are playing on Thursday. 5:30 in the afternoon. When you get off of work, you head back to the crib. You got half an hour to get home, to get those wings and beer ready to roll, because at 5:30 p.m. at Raymond James Stadium down in Tampa, Florida, the South Florida Bulls play host to the Boise State Blue Turf Smurfs. Now, on its surface, that game may not feel super sexy, but the Blue Turf Smurfs are a team that a lot of folks believe will make their way back to the college football playoffs this year as the group of 5 representative. Later on in that day, Dave Doran's NC State, don't turn your back on the Wolfpack. We'll be at the crib playing ECU. Clemson fans, you ought to be interested in that one, because while it is unlikely, there is a possibility that those NC State University Wolfpackers might be in the ACC title game against you. And you know, as well as I do, Dave Doran, he don't like Dabo all that much. It's not really a well-kept secret. He would love to knock you out of a playoff berth. Later on in that evening, the Duke Blue Devils, the Dukies, you got to be kidding me, will be at the crib. That is a 9-win football team from last year. And again, the big question for Duke, did they win 9 because Manny Diaz is a dude who figured it out after his last disastrous head coaching spot? Or did Mike Elko just leave the Duke Blue Devils in the best spot they've been in since Steve Spurrier was the head coach 10,000 years ago? We'll get our first look at the answer to that question Thursday night at 7:30 when Elon comes a-calling. Nebraska is on the road at Cincinnati. A lot of people, myself included, Denton Day of the BetMGM Network, who, by the way, will be joining us at 9:20 on Wednesdays, a weekly moving forward to talk college football. He thinks he doesn't just think Nebraska's going to be good this year. He thinks there's a chance Nebraska could win the Big Ten outright this year behind Dylan Raiola and Matt Rule in the game. We'll talk about that. Wisconsin is back home at Camp Randall this year. I look at Nebraska the same way I look at North Carolina. Come on, raise up in the ACC. Absolute wild card. I have no idea what Wisconsin's going to be this year. They could be 10-2. They could be 6-6, and I got no idea where they're going to match up in the middle. Then we just got to wait till Thursday. Same situation. Got a bunch of interesting team plans. The Rock Chalk Jayhawks, the Auburn Tigers, Georgia Tech, Colorado's Friday night at 8 o'clock. You think I'm doing anything? Nope. You can find me on the couch. And then, of course, we make it to Saturday. So I know what your week looks like. Your week is just you trying to do the absolute bare minimum at work to make it to Thursday. You are doing nothing this week but trying to kill the clock. Tick-tock, tick-tock, until we get to Thursday night and it's football night in America, ladies and gentlemen. Part of successfully accomplishing that mission is getting to work, ignoring your responsibilities, and instead talking sports with the coworkers that you actually like. But in order to do that and not feel like a big dummy, you got to know what's going on in the world of sports. And if you got to know what's going on in the world of sports, ladies and gentlemen, you've come to the right place, because every single day just after 7 a.m., Lonzo and I do this.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers say, bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
How? Lonzo getting really excited. Saturday night, Death Valley North, the Cow and Meow offense of the Clemson Tigers taking on the LSU Tigers. I'm actually really excited about that game. That's going to be spectacular. But we got to do the water cooler cheat sheet, top 3 sports stories you need to know before you get to the office and start talking sports. Item number 1. It is official. South Carolina, you have a running back. I mean, you did have a running back, but now you got the running back you wanted. Racel Faison has been granted an additional season of eligibility by the NCAA to play this season. The Utah State transfer, who earned second team All-Mountain West Conference honors last year and did so only because Ashton Janty was in the same conference, did indeed get the seal of approval from the NCAA. Athletics director Jeremiah Donati wrote on Twitter, quote, "I applaud the NCAA for looking at all of the facts in Racel Faison's appeal and making the right decision today. He has been patiently waiting for this decision, and we share in his excitement to have one more year of eligibility and be a member of our football team this year." Faison was the number 5 running back in ESPN's Transfer Portal Top 100 rankings, will be a 7th-year senior this fall, and according to ESPN, quote, is expected to make a significant impact in a South Carolina offense that must replace all SEC running back Raheem Sanders. Faison was expected to enter the NFL draft after rushing for over 1,100 yards and 8 touchdowns at Utah State, but instead opted to enter the portal after the NCAA issued a blanket waiver in response to the case of Vandy quarterback Diego Pavia, granting an additional year of eligibility to former junior college transfers who would have exhausted their NCAA eligibility following last season. He is 25 years old, spent 2 years at Snow College in Utah. You know, we got to go look at their merch now, right?
Snow College.
We got to go look at their college. They have
ski
the potential.
team's amazing there.
I'm telling you right now, if they don't have a t-shirt with a hilarious picture of Scarface on it, they're missing a huge opportunity.
That's a little extreme.
And also makes me laugh, and that's all I care about. They're the Badgers.
They are the Badgers.
Boring. Snow College.
Their colors are white, blue, and orange.
They are. Damn, man. You guys could have done better. Let's see. Do they have any good merch? You know I'm a merch guy. Let's see. Snow College campus store. At least they... It's not a bad Badger mascot. It's really not. As Badger mascots go, I've seen worse. It's unique. I'll give them that. Anyway, Faison comes over. He spent 2 years at Snow College in Utah in 21 and 22. Took online courses at Lackawanna College in Pennsylvania in 2020.
Good luck looking that one up.
I got to assume that Lackawanna College has got to be a really small school, right? Like I got my bachelor's degree from Northwest Florida State College, the Red Raiders. It's a little bitty school. We did have merch though, named after, by the way, for those of you that care, the Doolittle's Raiders, that famously flew planes into Japan to prove that you could get a bomber there. They proved that we could drop the bomb on Japan to end World War II. Named our Northwest Florida State College the Red Raiders after Doolittle's Raiders. Very proud to have gone to NWFSC 3-0 on Tuesday.
You know, I had a really good run.
You had like a month-long run of whooping my butt.
And then I was just going to say Lackawanna College. Looks like a prestigious university.
Very prestigious. He then, of course, went to Utah State. South Carolina has been working since he signed back in January to get that eligibility granted in an NCAA waiver process that Shane Beamer called, quote, frustrating back in May when he called it frustrating. The number 13 Gamecocks open the season this Sunday against Virginia Tech at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. Kickoff at 2 p.m. Eastern. Let's get to item number 2.
I quit. There it is.
Hey, we did it. Indiana Fever guard Caitlin Clark has added another. Got some extra water in that one.
No, it's the bubbles at the end.
Yeah.
So when you turn it over, the bubbles make it still make it. And the water has to go down in the thing.
Down in the thing.
The canal or whatever that is.
Canal.
That leads to the spigot.
Yep. Indiana Fever guard Caitlin Clark has added another distinction to her resume. The number 1 pick in the 2024 WNBA draft, introduced yesterday as Nike's newest signature athlete. She is going to have, starting in 2026, a signature collection released by Nike that will include sportswear, apparel, and starting next year, a signature sneaker. Clark becomes the 3rd active player in the WNBA to have her own signature sneak, joining Asia Wilson and Sabrina Ionescu as the 3 who have it as so. Clark's signature logo features interlocking C's and a smaller hidden C in the middle. I don't know why 3 C's, but hey, that ain't up to me. I assume the 3rd means champ, although she's not one yet. We'll see where she gets there. Clark said, to quote, to me, this is more than just a logo. It's a dream come true. People always talk about leaving your mark in the game, and this is another way I can do that. Her logo collection will feature t-shirts, hoodies, shorts, and pants for all ages, as well as premium pieces for adults, and will be available starting October 1st of this year. A navy and yellow logo shirt will come out on September 1st here in just a few days. Clark's first signature shoe and apparel collection will debut in 2026. Congratulations to Caitlin Clark, who joins the elite level of signature athletes signed by the biggest sports brand on the planet. And let's get to item number 3. Today is cut day in the National Football League. Today is the day where NFL teams will finalize their 53-man rosters. That means there will be a lot of activity today. That activity will include a flurry of trades. It will include guys being named to practice squads. And of course, it will mean that hopes and dreams die for NFL players or not NFL players today. Here are some of the biggest moves that have happened so far. The Vikings and Colts have made a trade. Mekhi Blackmon is headed to Indianapolis in return for a 6th-round pick next year, headed back to the Vikings. The Las Vegas Raiders have gotten a backup quarterback now, as the Browns made room, I think we can say now officially, for Shedeur Sanders on their roster by sending backup quarterback Kenny Pickett out to Las Vegas. They will get a 5th-round pick in return from the Raiders. The Broncos waiving running back Blake Watson, suffered a PCL strain last week, led to an injury settlement. The Rams releasing 2024 5th-round pick Brennan Jackson, an outside linebacker who was 2nd in the NFL in sacks in the preseason. The Bills have signed Jordan Phillips to their practice squad. The Bucs have informed inside linebacker John Bullock that he has made the 53-man roster. That was a big-time spot. We have found a handful of spots that the Broncos have waived players. Defensive back Micah Abraham, wide receiver Joaquin Davis, defensive tackle Michael Dwumafor, outside linebacker Andrew Farmer, offensive guard Xavier Truss, and guard Clay Webb have all been released. Mike White, backup quarterback, has been released by the Bills. Mitch Trubisky will be Josh Allen's backup there. The Bucs are releasing backup quarterback Kyle Trask, will revert to IR with a shoulder issue. Will either get a settlement or a release and the opportunity to look for a new team. Clemson running back Phil Maffa has been placed on injured reserve by the Dallas Cowboys after a 15-carry, 59-yard, 1-touchdown preseason. According to Jeremy Fowler, the plan is for Phil Maffa to be back on the Cowboys roster in the regular season. Amari Cooper has agreed to re-sign with the team that drafted him back in 2018. The Las Vegas Raiders played with them from 2014 to 2018 before being sent down to Dallas and then sent to the Cleveland Browns and Buffalo Bills. The Bills let him go. He is now a Raider one more time again. And a story that we are going to get to here in just a few minutes from right now. Plenty more NFL news and notes that we will get to later in the show as well. But this one is very interesting. There was a narrative going around in the preseason that the Minnesota Vikings should make a move to reacquire Adam Thielen from the Carolina Panthers. Now, that is very interesting because apparently those two teams have had conversations about a trade to send Adam Thielen back to the Minnesota Vikings out of the Carolina Panthers rotation. I'm intrigued by this. And I'm intrigued by this because I think as much as Adam Thielen has been a massive value to the Carolina Panthers, dude who is a natural slot receiver in my ever so humble but frequently correct and ball-knowing opinion, was even able to have success as wide receiver 1 with Bryce Young. He has been massively important. And if they can get a good price tag for him, I am totally fine with Carolina sending him back to the Minnesota Vikings. And when we come back here in just mere seconds from now, I'll tell you why. Then we wrap up the opening hour of the show. I will ask you the question. What do the Gamecocks of South Carolina need to do? What do the Tigers of Clemson need to do if Lenoris Sellers or Cade Klubnik are to win and bring a Heisman Trophy back to the upstate of South Carolina? We will talk about that coming up here in just a couple of segments. But next up on the show, is it worth trading Adam Thielen back to the Vikings? I think the answer is yes. And I'll tell you why next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, got to upload some sound. Y'all stay right there. We'll be right back. So according to multiple sources, the Minnesota Vikings and Carolina Panthers have engaged in discussions that could potentially send wide receiver Adam Thielen back to Minnesota. And the reason that those negotiations have yet to come to fruition is because the two sides cannot agree on compensation for the trade just yet. Now, when I heard this story yesterday, my knee-jerk reaction was, why? Why, if you are the Carolina Panthers, would you do this? Adam Thielen has been arguably, over the last couple of years, the single most valuable asset to your offense. You can make the argument that it has been Woods and Lewis, the two guards you brought in to anchor the middle of the offensive line. You can make the argument that it has been Chuba Hubbard, the running back. You can make the argument that in the back half of last year, it was the NFL's best quarterback for the last 7 weeks of the season, statistically speaking, Bryce Young. But I think that over the past 2 years running, you would have to make the argument Adam Thielen may have been the most valuable. Not only was my guy playing out of position at large, but he was playing out of position and doing so very successfully. So why, oh, why would the Carolina Panthers even think about sending Adam Thielen out of the fold? And the knee-jerk reaction was, I will be wildly disappointed if this happens. But then I sat down last night and I really got to thinking about it in the grand scope of things, in the overall thought about what Adam Thielen has meant to this football team. And where I landed was this. It actually makes quite a bit of sense to send Adam Thielen to Minnesota, assuming, and that is all caps, bolded, etc., assuming that you can get good compensation for him. And here's why. It is because you've got wide receiver depth on the depth chart. That's it. End of discussion. End of reason. Do you know what you have on this depth chart? You have new Adam Thielen, Hunter Renfrow. Hunter Renfrow, the conversation has been for a while. Can the cat make the roster? But if you have been paying attention to the Carolina Panthers in the preseason, and I'm not just talking about the games, I'm talking about in practices, and maybe just as important, I am talking about the conversations being had by names like J.C. Horn and Mike Jackson and other guys who are starting DBs for this team. Hunter Renfrow has been a dog since he showed up in Carolina. If you followed the story, due to some health concerns, Hunter Renfrow, who was in very good shape with Doritos, had to walk away from football for a season, was effectively just working a regular 8 to 5 to have something to do while he got his health right. Until one Dabo Sweeney approached him and said, hey, bro, you're a competitor. You're a player. You love the game of football. Why don't you give it one more go? And 2 years ago, Renfrow said, I couldn't do it. My health wouldn't let me. But he said he played a round of golf this past offseason where Dabo convinced him to give it a go. But he reached out to his agent and he said, I do not want to go anywhere where I have to shape my game to the team. I want to go somewhere where my game fits the team. And that somewhere is Dave Canales' offense with Bryce Young at the helm in Charlotte, North Carolina. And from every account so far, it's been pretty good. It's been pretty good. And the more I thought about this, the more I thought about sending Adam Thielen back to Minnesota, I landed on, I want a third-round pick. I would trade Adam Thielen for a third-round pick. And the reason why is you're not going to get more than that for effectively a slot wide receiver who is on the wrong side of 30 years old, right? You're just not. But a third-round pick for a guy that has been productive, out of position, for a team that, while it is better than anyone is given credit for, take advantage of the fact that everybody in coverage of the NFL is still labeling you as a joke of a franchise, right? You can say to Minnesota, hey, look, we're still not good, and we need all the help we can get. So if you want this guy, because you, on the other hand, you're an NFC championship caliber team. The belief is that the Minnesota Vikings, let's put it this way. If the Vikings were in the NFC South, they are your no doubt NFC South champions. That no doubt NFC South champions. The only problem the Vikings have is that at the time that they decided to get good, as the kids on the internet say, so did the Lions, so did the Packers, so did the Bears, I assume. The NFC North is, if it's not the best division in football, is no worse than the second best division in football. And if that is the case, they're going to need all the help that they can get. Well, let's look at the Vikings depth chart as it is currently constructed. Let's look at the fact that you have got arguably the most talented wide receiver one in the game right now, running as your wideout in Justin Jefferson. The kid can ball. Then you've got Jordan Addison. But keep in mind, Jordan Addison is suspended for the first first 4 games of the year. You can replace him temporarily with Adam Thielen. Then, when Jordan Addison is back in the fold, you've got Jefferson, maybe the most talented wide receiver in the game on one side, Addison at wide receiver 2, and Thielen in the slot. No, by the way, TJ Hawkinson at tight end. This is a damn good skill talent spot, but they need a slot guy. Adam Thielen is the slot guy. And, oh, by the way, Adam Thielen is a hometown guy. He's already been there. They love the guy, which means that you may be able to get a little bit of, emotional cost added to it, right? You may be able to get a little bit of, we'd really like to have a homecoming for Adam Thielen added in there. So when I look at the Carolina roster, I've got Hunter Renfrow, who has been very good since he showed up in Charlotte. Put it this way. When Hunter Renfrow signed a contract to join the Carolina Panthers, the conversation was, can Hunter Renfrow make the roster, right? Can he be good enough to get on as the 5th wide receiver? Now the conversation is, do the Panthers carry 6 wide receivers? Because you have to make room for him. That's how good this dude has been for this football team. So, as much as my knee-jerk reaction was, Adam Thielen has been wildly valuable. Adam Thielen has been, without a doubt, a massive resource and, I believe, reason for the renaissance of one Bryce Young that will continue this year. But on top of that, he's valuable. And as much as I want to keep him in the rotation because of the chemistry that he has developed with Bryce Young, I've got a guy that I trust to fill that spot in Hunter Renfrow. And if I can get a 3rd-round pick, and what can I do with the 3rd-round pick? Run him back down the line. If Chuba Hubbard starts to slow down. Defensive edge rusher of talent and quality. Go look at some of the guys that are stellar running defensive edge rushers around the NFL right now. A lot of them are 3rd and 4th round dudes, right? Like, you can utilize a 3rd-round pick. And heck, maybe you get a 3rd-round pick and a little bonus, right? Maybe you get a 3rd round, maybe you get a 3rd and a 7th, maybe you get a 3rd and a 6th for Adam Thielen. You go, wait a minute, you guys need a slot. You got 4 games in a row right out of the gate. and where you're missing Jordan Addison, you're going to need a guy to fill that role. And once you get Addison back, you can move Thielen to the slot, and you have the most dynamic trio of wide receivers in the National Football League. For that, I want a third and a seventh. And I bet you can get it. So the story right now is that these two sides are far apart in compensation. If I'm Carolina, I figure out a way to make it happen. Now, if it doesn't happen, not the end of the world. The question mark, as we asked a moment ago, is how many wide receivers do you carry, right? Like, do you carry 6? Could you justify with Jimmy Horn being a potential special teams ace and kick returner extraordinaire? Could you justify carrying 7 wide receivers if one of them is a special teams dude? I would say, honestly, the answer might be yes. I don't love it, but it might be yes. But that is precisely the reason. That, combined with the fact that there is no one, nada, who has watched the Panthers in the preseason asking any question other than how much run will Hunter Renfrow get? Not should he, not Kenny, but how much will he get? I'm sending Adam Thielen to Minnesota. I want a third back for him. I would like to add a 7th to the mix if I can. It would be worth the move for a guy who's been the most valuable piece for that offense because the offense has evolved. The offense is better. It has upgraded. And I think you can get a little bit something back for that now. Texter said, Joey said, third or multiple late round picks and send Thielen home. I would agree with that. Texter said, would you rather have for the Panthers Caleb Williams or Bryce Young? Bryce Young, what are we talking about? Texter said, hot take, the Bears going to win the NFC North. I'm not there yet. I do think the Bears are going to be the most improved team in the National Football League this year. And Texter said, Skull. We got a Viking in the audience, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, what do the Gamecocks need to do for Lenora Sellers to win a Heisman? What do the Tigers need to do for Cade Klubnik to win the Heisman? I'll give you those thoughts next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
By the way, Keegan, Highlander is kind of there's a reason why it's a cult classic because of who's in it, including Fabulous Freebirds. Are they really? It starts out in Madison Square Garden with Christopher Lambert sword fighting, and in the background, the Fabulous Freebirds are wrestling, and Queen did the entire soundtrack. So, and Mr. Krabs is the bad guy.
Stay right there, guys. Got to do something real quick. Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate. Rob Brown, the Great Malonzo, and you. The two quarterbacks of the two big schools that we cover here in the upstate of South Carolina. Lenoris Sellers with the Gamecocks, Cade Klubnik with the Clemson Tigers, are both short odds getters to win the Heisman Trophy this year. But as we all know, even if it is a subjective beauty pageant / popularity contest, you still got to play for a relatively good team. You've still got to play for a team that accomplishes something. So my question for you is, and I would like you to answer it, on the Hub City Spartanburger text line at 844-326-3663. Shoot us a text or call that number and get on the air. My question for you is, what do those teams need to accomplish in order for that to happen? I would like to point out that the last three Heisman Trophy winners, Travis Hunter with the Colorado Buffaloes, Jaden Daniels with the LSU Tigers, and Caleb Williams of the USC Trojans / Oklahoma Boomer Sooners, although he won it with the Trojans. All of those teams were 9-win teams. None of them were playoff teams. I would make the argument overall that South Carolina specifically, I think they have to be a 9-win team. I think 9-3 is the worst that this team can do. And I have pointed out a few times, and will continue to do so, that I firmly believe that South Carolina has the most difficult final 7-week stretch of any team in college football. I believe that the Gamecock road to undefeated is maybe impossible. Certainly very difficult. And I think a lot of the reason for that is just schedule alone. I also think that because of that fact, much like I have argued for years, and I think successfully, that SEC teams get bonus points when it comes to playoff selections, I think Lenoris Sellers as a Heisman Trophy candidate will get, as Jaden Daniels did, some level of bonus points. He didn't need it, but some level of bonus points for playing in the SEC. More importantly, for South Carolina specifically, for playing what is likely the most difficult down the stretch schedule of anybody in college football. I think it could be theoretically argued that South Carolina may have the most difficult overall schedule in college football this year. I do not think it is arguable. I think it is a definitive fact that the final 7 weeks are more difficult than any other quarterback in the country will face. And if that is the case, I think that there is room for 9-3 to get Lenoris Sellers a Heisman Trophy. I do not think that Lenoris Sellers needs to play for an SEC championship. I do not think that Lenoris Sellers needs to play in a college football playoff game to win a Heisman Trophy. And I think that that is good news because, again, respectfully, I do not think that this year the South Carolina Gamecocks are going to the college football playoffs. I hope I'm wrong because daddy gonna get paid if they do. And I'm a bigger fan of money than I am having any individual one of you, with the exception of Lonzo and my wife, liking me. So I think 9-3 would be good enough. I don't necessarily know that that is the case for Cade Klubnik. I think if Cade Klubnik wants to win a Heisman Trophy this year, the absolute worst that the Clemson Tigers can do is 10-2. But the problem is, if they are 10-2, most likely what will have happened is what? They lose to LSU, they lose to South Carolina. If 10-2 ends up being the case, I do think that Cade Klubnik will likely have to play in and win the Atlantic Coast Conference Championship, pardon me. He will have to win outright the ACC title game, and he in particular will have to perform in it. But there is one other aspect of that. Number one, he will have to hope against hope that South Carolina is not a 9-3 team. And number two, he will have to definitively outplay Lenora Sellers in the Clemson, South Carolina game at the end of the year. I think it is very possible that Clemson sees Cade Klubnik outplay Lenora Sellers and remove a Heisman Trophy from his grasp. I think it is more possible that Clemson plays South Carolina and Lenora Sellers removes a Heisman Trophy from Cade Klubnik's grasp. Now, I know that there is somebody already firing up the phone, punching in 844-326-3663, the Hub City Spartanburger text line phone number, to say, Rob, who cares about the Heisman Trophy? It is a popularity contest. It is a subjective beauty pageant. And I know that because that's exactly how I describe it. I agree with you. However, that does not make the Heisman Trophy unimportant, at least to your school and certainly to a player. Because while it may not be something that they are going to heavily lean into, ask Travis Hunter. Being a Heisman Trophy winner certainly puts you on the radar to be drafted higher at the next level. And for the schools themselves, the Heisman Trophy, just like any other ring, trophy, or banner that a school can hang, becomes a recruiting tool. If you are in the mix for the next big thing at quarterback, if you are in the mix for the next big thing, and you can say to the next big thing, hey, you next big quarterback, you next big wide receiver, we've already won a Heisman at your position and recently. Do you think that Dion, when he is sitting down with wide receivers / defensive backs that are 5-star guys that he wants, especially if they look like a dude that could theoretically go both ways on offense and defense, do you think Deion Sanders isn't going to flash some video of Travis Hunter at the Heisman Trophy celebration holding that big old trophy? Of course he is. Just like if Lenora Sellers was to win the Heisman this year. Shane Beamer gets some cred as far as putting himself into the rotation for recruitment of the next big 5-star dual threat quarterback. He could take a picture of Lenora Sellers at the Downtown Athletic Club in New York City and go, we got a guy playing your position of Heisman, and we can do it for you. We've already shown we can do it. If Cade Klubnik was to win a Heisman, while Dabo Swinney, I think himself would tell you, I don't really care about and put a lot of stock into, and nor do the guys that I recruit, individual awards. I think 1,000,000 times out of 1,000,000, Cade Klubnik would pass on a Heisman to win a natty. I think 1,000,000 out of 1,000,000, Dabo Swinney would pass on having a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback in order to win a natty. I don't think that they are special in that regard. I think the same is true about Lenoris and Shane Beamer, and I think the same is true about literally anybody. However, that doesn't mean that they don't want both. And that doesn't mean that if they can't win a natty, having a quarterback or wide receiver, running back, whoever, win a Heisman isn't something that they would very much want. Again, Ryan Day at Ohio State. Jeremiah Smith's going to be a dog this year in that offense. We all know the talent level that guy has. How do you think the recruiting at wide receiver for wide receiver U is benefited if they can take a picture of him holding up a Heisman to the next group of 5-star wide receivers and go, why would you go anywhere else when we have now and in recent memory proven that we can give you a Heisman? And keep in mind, in the age of name, image, and likeness, you need every little recruiting asset that you can get. You need every little advantage that you can get to hold up to a kid and go, hey, looky here. If you come play for the Gamecocks, the Tigers, the Buckeyes, the Bulldogs, the Gators, the Seminoles, the Tigers, the Bulldogs, the Tigers, the Bulldogs. There's a lot of Tigers and Bulldogs. If you come play for us, you are going to be next in line at a position that we recently proved we can help win a Heisman Trophy. And maybe you won't get the NIL payday that you would get if you went to Georgia or Alabama or Kansas or whatever. You know what you can get? You can get a trophy that says you're best of the best. We can help you elevate yourself to look like you are best of the best. And do you know who is a big fan of that? NFL teams. You may not get as much NIL here as you might at other schools. You will get more notoriety and visibility. And OBT dubs, even if you are just in a race for the Heisman, even if you just start your second or third year as a Heisman Trophy favorite, you are inherently and automatically going to get fat NIL stacks. Remember DJ Uiagalelei? He was a Heisman Trophy favorite, was never even in a race for it, but he was a Heisman Trophy favorite. And Dr. Pepper came a-calling and gave him millions of dollars. You can do the same thing here. You're the next big name to step into the cleats of the last big name that won a Heisman here. If that is the case, you gonna get paid, my guy. So the Heisman Trophy, as much as many, if not most of us, consider it to be a popularity contest, a beauty pageant, an award that does not hold the weight that the alleged criteria of winning it, the most outstanding college football player, claims that it does, it is still a massive deal for players. It is still a massive deal for schools and their ability to get the next big guy. It would help Clemson immensely for Cade Klubnik to win a Heisman. And very quickly, because a texter said, John Heisman coached at Clemson. You don't think Clemson fans want a Tiger to win the Heisman? Of course they do. I think every college football fan wants a Heisman to come back to their school and to be celebrated for the entire run of as long as college football lasts. The point is that I don't think any of you want a Heisman more than you want a Rang, right? Of course, Clemson wants Cade to win a Heisman. My question is, what do they need to do to get him there? I think the answer for Clemson is you cannot be worse than 11-1, and I think you've got to at least play for an ACC title if you're 11-1. If you're 10-2, I think you got to win it. If you're 9-3, I don't think you can. For the Gamecocks, I think 9-3 is good enough to win Lenore Sellers a Heisman. If he goes any less than 9-3, he will have to be obviously the best in the game. All right, when we come back here in a minute, we got the audio blitz. We will talk to Jason Donnelly, the AD at Furman, about the newly unveiled and improved Timmons Arena and more. All of that after Lonzo gives you a Heisman Trophy caliber sports flash.
Daggum John Heisman, coach of Clemson, boy.
Hell yeah.
What you do? The Atlanta Braves lost to Miami last night, 2-1. Spencer Strider's record dropped to 5-12. Which is not good after giving up just 3 hits and 1 run across 7 innings. Atlanta had just 3 hits on the night. Their only run coming from a Drake Baldwin home run, the rookie's 14th of the year in the 9th inning. Running back Rasul Faison will be available to the Gamecocks in Week 1 as the NCAA finally approved his eligibility waiver yesterday. The former Utah State second-team All-Mountain West player, signed with Gamecocks in January, but had to wait for an eligibility waiver, making him a seventh-year senior. Caitlin Clark has become the newest Nike signature athlete, with the brand planning on launching a collection of shirts, shorts, pants, shoes, and more with her signature on it in 2026. Clark joins Asia Wilson and Sabrina Ionescu as WNBA athletes with the signature sneakers. Okay, there's a Bob's in Charleston.
I'll hit it next time I'm over there. Check out the Bob's Cafe.
There's a Bob's in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Winston-Salem, North Carolina. I don't know why you're showing me North Carolina stuff when I said South Carolina, but, you know.
Because there's probably not one in South Carolina outside of Charleston. Charlestown. Chucktown.
It's the one place where they don't buy discount furniture. Let's put one there. Because everybody rich. Or that's the perception, anyway. Fur balls.
Hey, I'm Tara Servatius, host of the Battleground America podcast. It's the closest you can come to taking the red pill and exiting the matrix. There's a whole world out here, and it's real. Join us. Find the Battleground America podcast wherever you get your podcasts. Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card. Not the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app,
And there's Dana White with Chinese robots. Okay.
that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Let's see. Just letting you know, PMP all day watching on Cut Day. I know Friday will break down the whole file, but you get. Yeah, no, I'll be there, Austin. I'm going to check in for sure. If Rashad's doing
Yeah, he said
8,
that.
10, 12
He
hours,
said that
yeah,
last Friday.
I'll pop in for a hot minute and
QC in the first break.
because there are some questions going to get answered today.
Well,
Well, some people get dropped today, get picked up tomorrow by other people. So, I mean, you know. Then some people's dreams will die forever. And then they'll go to Canada.
Oh, Canada, your football games are weird.
You do have Chelsea Green, though. So, I mean,
You've
that's a
got
plus.
Chelsea Green. I am a patriot. What a tag. The Rob Brown Show on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo, and you. It's college football week, kids. Today is Tuesday. You just got to make it to... We got college football kicking off at 5:30 in the afternoon on Thursday. Cannot wait. USF Boise State getting us started on Thursday. We got games into the evening. I'm going to be a tired boy on Friday because I'm staying up until it's all over. Then we got games on Friday. Then we got games on Saturday starting at noon and running until bleep you o'clock in the morning.
You're 47. What are you going to do?
Fight it. Tooth and nail every second. All right. A lot of Red Bull going down the hatch on Friday morning. Guarantee that.
Long term, that stuff can't be healthy. I mean, I don't know.
Long term, the majority of the decisions I make aren't healthy. I am aware of that.
It's a good point.
At some point, you know what I did yesterday? Since I was going over to Furman. By the way, coming up here in about 38 minutes from now, Jason Donnelly, the athletic director at Furman, is going to join us here on the program. They unveiled the new and improved Timmons Arena last night. Oh, it's a beauty. It's a beauty. It is a beauty. And we're going to talk to Jason Donnelly about that coming up here in a little less than 40 minutes.
I do believe, although my brain is dying, that I was there for the original Timmons Arena. I need to look it up and see. I know I was over there for something.
It's gorgeous. Upgraded, improved facilities are gorgeous. We're going to talk to Jason Donnelly about that coming up a little bit later on in the show. But I was going yesterday to get ready for that because, you know, if I'm going to go out in public, I'm going to look nice. All right. I broke out the navy blue pants because they match the white shirt with the blue tag.
You are representing this fine company in this program.
100%.
I mean,
so I went yesterday, hit the old straight razor shave on the neck, you know, trim up the neck beard just a little bit. I'm a straight razor shave guy. And I went to shave and I realized as I was shaving that I'm starting to get just that little bit of skin fold under the chin where it's like it's starting to sag because the skin don't bounce back like it used to. You know what I mean? Like when you're young and formidable, you know, you can bulk up a little bit, fatten up a little bit, lose it, bang. You just, I got that just that little bit of like a hang down here where the skin's not tightening back up.
It's a pre-goiter.
Sure. I don't know what that means, but yes.
You don't know what goiter is?
No, I don't, and I'm not going to look it up.
You probably should look it up.
Nah, I'm good.
It's definitely a pre-goiter. That's not going to be good for you.
It's the beginning of the proverbial old man turkey neck is what's happening here. And I felt it for the first time yesterday when I ran that straight razor and it's like, oh, that skin's not tight like it used to be. Oh, it's not great. Not great. Anyway.
Feel free to send Rob pictures of goiters.
Or hear me out on this. Absolutely don't do that. Hey, let's do the audio blitz. Some of the best audio we've picked up around the last 24 hours since the last time we did the audio blitz. I'm going to go with this one because I got to tell you, I heard this. This was from 2 nights ago. The Seattle Mariners were taking on the not Oakland Athletics. And it was in Seattle. It was kids' night at the ballpark. The Mariners moved up first pitch a couple of hours so the kids could come out, have themselves a healthy night at the ballpark, learn to love baseball. And to celebrate kids' night, the Mariners broadcast allowed a young man to come up and call an at-bat on the game. Jacob Wilson of the not Oakland Athletics was in the box when a young man got to live out his dream and go behind the mic to call an AB in a baseball game.
Next to bat, Jacob Wilson, number 5.
Batting just over 300 this year. It's a good hitter.
Yeah, I would say so. And the pitch. Hit out into left field.
Russell, what are we doing?
Why?
Oh,
You could think of it as being very lucky or
what
very
is going on around here, Russell?
Man. It's just sad.
That's just sad. You can tell that Russell is daddy's kid. All right? He's a baseball kid. And you know that because while he called Jacob Wilson coming up in ruining this young man's day, he's got a chance to call a major league at-bat, and Jacob Wilson sends one about 12 rows deep to left field. And my man Russell says,
Russell, what are we doing?
"Oh, Russell, what are we doing?" Dude channeled his old man in that minute. I don't know who Russell's old man is, but I know that he's a diehard Mariners guy. And I know that Russell has seen the bad guys go yad a couple of times and heard the old man drop in, "Oh," on the TV. That's incredible. Russell almost let an FCC violation fly on the fly. An announcer guy goes, "Russell, what are we doing?" That's so good. I watched that clip like 19 times this morning because it is, in the year 2025, my favorite play-by-play call of the MLB season so far. It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. David Pollock had a couple of nice things to say about you South Carolina Gamecocks.
William Bryce Stadium.
Yep.
William Bryce Stadium.
Yep. It's
is
cool, man.
absolutely stupid. The rooster is awesome. I mean, and here's the thing that makes that place really special that I like, even when they were terrible, those fans were unbelievable.
For sure.
Like, even when they weren't winning games, they were sold out and they were into their team, loving their team. Like, that's a fan base, man, now that's got something to cheer about. Going to host some big games this year, coming off of a big season. Like, that atmosphere is not going to be fun. Whoever has to step in there, you're not going to like it.
So there you go. There's David Pollock saying Willie B is going to be an electric factory this year. He said even when that team was bad, that place was popping.
I hated David Pollock when he was in college.
Because he was really good at linebackering?
Yeah, that would be why.
Yeah, that's a good reason why. Good reason why. He said Willie B is stupid. That's how good it is. When you use stupid as a compliment, something is absolutely out of control. I love it. Mickey Moniak plays for the Colorado Rockies, and the Rockies are bad enough that when they are playing national games, they got to figure out how the hell do we get people to watch Colorado Rockies games. And their answer was, let's mic up outfield all-star Mickey Moniak.
I saw you the other night in a Patrick Queen Steelers jersey.
That's right.
Are you a Steelers fan?
I am. Most of my family's
Okay,
from Western Pennsylvania, so Grandpa grew up in Youngstown. A lot of family up in Erie. There's some here today, so yeah. I was a Charger fan growing up, and they left me. They can't leave San Diego and go to LA and expect me to still be a fan. So went 2 years without a team, and was feeling the void, and figured the Steelers were a good fit.
They're the greatest franchise in history. It's okay.
We welcome you with open arms, Mickey. I appreciate it.
Mickey Moniak said, I was a Chargers fan out in San Diego, but when they left and they went to L.A., you could not expect me to stay a fan. So I had 2 years where I didn't have a team. Grandpappy is from the coal country, steel country outside of Pittsburgh, around Youngstown. What is, Zoe, you and I have both, you less dramatically than I, but you and I both have been in a spot where we were under threat of losing our football team. The Saints, after Hurricane Katrina, were very close to leaving New Orleans and going either to San Antonio. The one good thing in his career that Jerry Jones has ever done was telling the NFL, we do not want another team in Texas. There's already two. I don't need a third. They were going to go to Oklahoma City. Fortunately for me, the folks of Oklahoma City were not willing to give Tom Benson, the owner at the time, enough money to justify it, so they ended up staying there. You have watched your team in Kansas City, Missouri be courted to moving to Kansas City, Kansas, and having to change nothing about the team except the city they play in.
Yeah, stadium, though.
Would that be enough to get you out? If they said, we're leaving Arrowhead, we're going to another state, we're just hopping across the border, but we're going to Kansas City, Kansas instead of Kansas City, Missouri, would you be like, that's not my football team?
No, I don't. And I don't know why I wouldn't. Maybe it's because I don't live there. I think it's different if you live there and you grew up and in the area. Maybe. I don't know why I feel that way. Because when Cleveland left, that ticked me off. Because Art Modell did it in the middle of the night like a coward.
Yeah, that was weak.
I mean, maybe that's what bothered me more than anything is he did it that way. This was out in the open negotiation, so it's to the highest bidder, and I think they would have still been playing in Kansas City, except Kansas City, Kansas.
When the Saints were talking about, or it was being talked about, the Saints leaving New Orleans, I had a genuine identity crisis.
The Saints would have changed their name and everything.
I had to change everything.
The Chiefs would not have done that.
Yeah, you guys would have. And not only, you wouldn't have to change the name of the city of the name of the team. You'd have still been the Kansas City Chiefs.
Right.
The Saints would have changed everything. And I genuinely was like, I have had.
And maybe in Kansas City, Kansas, Andy Reid wouldn't be in threat of his life while he's sitting in his office. Maybe. I don't know.
When the Saints were looking back in the early 20-aughts about potentially leaving after Katrina to go to San Antonio or Oklahoma City, I genuinely had an identity crisis. I'm like, man, like I've got that team's logo tattooed on my back, right? Like that is a huge part of my identity that would just not exist anymore.
By the way, for new listeners, he has clarified it's not a tramp stamp. I just, you just
on my upper back, on my shoulder.
Yeah, there we go.
It's on my shoulder. Let's be real clear about that. Candace Parker, absolute WNBA legend, former Tennessee Volunteer, went on to have a stellar career, a WNBA Hall of Famer, no doubt. A handful of days ago, she put out a power ranking of WNBA players, and she got a lot of pushback because basically a lot of fans were like, oh, you're just hating on. And Candace Parker is tired of it.
We have to come to a place in women's basketball where we can critique without being a hater. I in no way, shape, or form am a hater. What player are you taking Angel Reese over of those that I just listed? Are you taking Angel above Paige? Are you taking Angel above Arike? Are you taking Angel above Sabrina or Kelsey or Caitlin or Asia or Nafisa or Brianna? No.
That's it. That's the take.
Yeah, I think that just that should stop everything. Should. All right, this is some sad news coming out of the NFL. The New York Giants have released quarterback Tommy DeVito.
Oh, no, Tommy! What are we doing?
That's according to Adam Schefter.
You got to be kidding me, man. Tommy DeVito, absolute New Jersey icon.
They got like 15 quarterbacks, so
but they had Tommy DeVito. The type of dude that you go, hey, Patrick Mahomes is over there. It'd be a real shame if something bad happened to him. You know what I mean? This Jaden Daniels fella.
Okay, all right.
New kid on the block, huh? What do you say we introduce him to how we do things here in New Jersey? I'm just saying, Tommy, you send Tommy DeVito to the other sideline. It was like, Tommy, why don't you go over there, offer him a little gabagool? And let's see if Jaden Daniels is still excited about playing here in the NFC East. What do you think about that? And Tommy DeVito would say, I got a gabagool right here. I watched way too much Sopranos, all right? Just way too much. Just every character is Paulie now.
I've heard that thing mentioned a bunch of times, and by other shows, and everyone mentions that. What is that?
The Sopranos?
No.
Gabagool?
Yeah, what is that?
Gabagool. It's like a tray of meat that you eat before you eat the main dish.
You don't know what it is.
No, it's effectively like fancy deli meat. You put it out on a platter. All right, you set it down on a table. Everybody just kind of snacks on the gabagool. I think. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I don't know for sure. I think that's what it is.
Gabagool is an Italian-American pronunciation of capicola, a cured meat made from pork neck and shoulder.
Hey, gabagool!
The meat is seasoned with salt, pepper, and chili peppers, then slow roasted or cured for several months. In American pop culture, the term gabagool gained prominence the television series.
Tony!
So it's about me.
Hey, you got
Okay.
you got
All
the gabagoo. Austin said, "Okay, Robbie D'Angelo."
How many people say that and they don't know what that is?
Most. I'm gonna say most of them.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna say most of us watch The Sopranos. It's about as close to a modern day interpretation of that life as you can get. So all that being said, I'm just saying we may or may not have a need for a third quarterback down in New Orleans, Louisiana. I'm just saying.
You really want Tommy DeVito as your third quarterback?
I'm just saying.
Okay.
If Jake Haener, he's a pretty boy. All right. If he was to just suddenly, I don't know, disappear, just maybe nobody hears from him again, there might be room on a roster for Tommy DeVito, huh? Tommy Gabagoo. All right, the Candace Parker thing, real quick before we go out to a break.
This is how slow I am. I just now got to the music.
The Candace Parker thing. This has happened to me a couple of times. I am, to the chagrin of many of you and zero care of my own, a WNBA fan, advocate. I push and advocate for women's basketball, women's sports in general, but women's basketball. I love it. I enjoy it. The problem that I've had many times is I have attempted to argue online because it's just my favorite thing to do. I have had WNBA conversations online. One of the ones I had the other day was, I'm at this point relatively convinced I think Paige Beckers is better than Caitlin Clark. Like overall, I think if I was starting a WNBA team right now, I would take Paige Beckers over Caitlin Clark. Now, Caitlin Clark obviously has been missing quite a bit of time with a variety of injuries. They were hoping that they were going to get her back tonight. She is listed as out for one more. Hopefully we get Double C back by the end of the week. I think Paige Beckers is a better player, overall better player. I think Caitlin Clark's a better shooter, but I think Paige Beckers might be a better overall player. I had that take online a few weeks ago, and I got like a bunch of replies from people that have never interacted with me before who were like, why are you hating on Caitlin Clark? You're a Caitlin Clark hater. You're out here trying to make women's basketball look bad. It's like, no, dude. One of the things, and I chalk it up to growing pains for a league that is finally getting the attention that it has deserved for a very long time. Players finally getting the respect that they have deserved for a very long time. But one of the problems that comes along with that, one of the growing pains, is that fans of that league are so used to hearing mainstream sports fans poo-poo their league that any discussion, criticism about players in it is automatically taken as disrespect. It's automatically taken as, oh, you're crapping on the gals. No, I'm not. Quite the opposite. I'm one of the few advocates in local media that you have. What I am saying is, if you want me to talk about the league the way you want me to talk about the league, as if it is a big mainstream league, you've got to let me talk about the players the way we talk about the players. And I'm glad to have Candace Parker on my side in that argument. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
QC.
All right, guys, stay right there. We'll be right back in just a minute. Don't go anywhere. Tommy. I got to tell you, it's kind of interesting to see a third, fourth, fifth string quarterback get the cut, and he takes over every sporting outlet. You know what I mean? You go online, Tommy DeVito is trending right now. Tommy DeVito. They just brought Adam Schefter on ESPN a minute ago, specifically to talk about Tommy DeVito.
All right, who needs to pick him up? The Jets? I mean, does he need to remain in the New York area?
I mean,
is there another place that Tommy would fit, personality and all?
If you get kicked out of the family, do you go right across town? Do you go to the other family and go, hey, I'm on the outs.
Well, yeah,
I need a place to go.
You do. Or you go to Florida, somewhere in Florida.
That's if you get put into the program.
Yeah.
If you get sent down to Florida, you get into. If he shows up down in Florida, all of a sudden he's going to be Tommy Wilson. No, I don't know who this DeVito character is. I've never even been to New Jersey. I don't know what you're talking about. Jersey Joe texted the show, said, forget about it.
I guess he could also go to Buffalo. I mean, I don't know. I'm saying, there's 3 teams in New York, surrounding area.
Them folks up in Buffalo, that's upstate. That's different. It's not that they got trees and stuff. You know, we got buildings in the interstate. They got trees and what? Picnic tables.
Pittsburgh? I mean, Pennsylvania area? I don't know. I'm just trying to.
I don't know where Tommy DeVito
maybe
fits
Vrabel picks him up.
I feel like Tommy, you know what? Just put Tommy DeVito in Roger Goodell's office right now. Immediately. Just move him to the commissioner's office. I love Tommy DeVito. That dude's hilarious. You know the legend you got to go through? The absolute legend you got to go through to become a dude that gets cut from your 4th string quarterback position and immediately you're the talk of the town. That's incredible, man. Incredible. All right, we got a bunch more we're going to get to over the course of the show. I did ask a little bit earlier, and I'm looking for your answers at 844-326-3663, 844-FANFONE. What do the South Carolina Gamecocks need to do? What do the Clemson Tigers need to do in order for their respective quarterbacks, Lenora Sellers and Cade Klubnik, to ultimately end up being Heisman Trophy winners? Here's where I've landed, and I'm curious as to if you're in the same boat with me. For Lenora Sellers, I think the Gamecocks have to be 9-3. The last 3 Heisman Trophy winners have all come from teams that missed the college football playoffs. They have all 3 come from teams that did not make it to the dance. I don't think you have to make it to the dance. I don't think you have to make it to a conference championship game. I do think you have to stand out. And I think 9-3 for this football team, especially if most of the teams you play down the stretch, and I'm talking primarily about LSU, I am talking about Ole Miss, I am talking about Texas A&M. If all of those teams uphold their end of the bargain, if all of those teams are undefeated out of conference, are solid within it, etc., if all of those teams are good football teams, I think the nation will look and go, damn, that schedule's rough, dude. That schedule is rough for the Gamecocks. And if that is the case, I think you get a little bit of bonus points. I think that there is, much like the SEC gets when it comes time to select who's going into the playoffs at the end of the year, I think there will be some bonus points available for Lenora Sellers in the Heisman Trophy race. I don't think that Cade Klubnik has that same level of grace from the voting committee of the Heisman Trophy awards presentation. I think they are going to look at Clemson. And again, this could theoretically change if I am correct about the ACC, more specifically about the teams within it that I am high on. I'm talking about Louisville. I'm talking about SMU. I am talking about the Rambling Wreck of Georgia Tech. Then maybe there are some bonus points out there for Cade Klubnik. But even if that is the case, I do not think the bonus points are available for him the way they are for Lenora Sellers. And if that is the case, I do not think Clemson can do worse than at absolute worst 10-2. Now, if that 10-2 is LSU and South Carolina, then Cade Klubnik will have to outplay Lenora Sellers in a head-to-head matchup at the end of the year. I think it is very possible that Lenoris could end up one game worse off, maybe two, than Clemson. But if the Palmetto Bowl at the end of the year very clearly goes the way of Lenora Sellers, I think that team could be 9-3 and he could win the Heisman over an 11-1 Cade Klubnik. We'll see. But I do think that the bonus points are available for Lenora Sellers in a way that they are not available for Cade Klubnik. I think Clemson will just have to do more. I think they'll have to do more because the schedule is better. I think they'll have to do more because it is just looked at nationally, and I can say this with, I think, some level of objectivity. Nationally, I think everybody knows the Clemson roster around Cade Klubnik is just better than the roster built around Lenora Sellers. So if the numbers are identical, Sellers will get the nod. What do you think is the minimum that Clemson will have to do? What do you think is the minimum that South Carolina will have to do for those two quarterbacks to either A, be in the Heisman Trophy celebration, or B, to claim the title? 844-326-3663 is the number to the Hub City Spartanburger text line, 844-326-3663. Text your answers. We'll revisit that conversation to start the 9 o'clock hour, because coming up next, Jason Donnelly, the athletic director of the Furman Paladins, going to join us on the program to talk about yesterday's opening of the new and improved Timmons Arena there on the campus at Furman. That's next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, stay right there while we get Jason lined up. We'll be right back. your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo, and you. And joining us now on the show. And if you're not watching on the stream, I suggest you do, because yesterday I got the opportunity to head on over to the beautiful campus of Furman University, home of the Dens. And I got to tell you, I walked into the new, the improved, the upgraded, the renovated Timmons Arena, and y'all world class at this point. To talk about that, the Vice President for Intercollegiate Athletics, or as we like to call him in the business, the Athletic Director over at Furman, my amigo Jason Donnelly joins us here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Up. Jason, did you sleep well last night? Because you were busy yesterday, pal. Do we have Jason? Have you recovered from yesterday, buddy? Like, did you get a good night's sleep? Because you were running around like a madman yesterday. All right, we're working on getting Jason on the phone. We'll see how that goes. Jason, do you have me, sir? I'm going to go with that's a no yet. All right.
He hung up now, so I don't know.
Give us just a second. We're going to get Jason Donnelly on the line, the athletic director over at Furman University, the new and improved Timmons Arena. If you're not watching on the live stream, do it now, because yesterday, not only did I get an opportunity to head on over to Furman University to check out the recently renovated, upgraded, new, improved Timmons Arena, but I was able to take a bunch of pictures of the facility. And I've got them running on a slideshow right now on the stream. So if you are a Furman Paladin fan, friend, alum, booster, donor, whatever, go over to the stream and check it out right now, because I do have the pictures yesterday. Bob Ritchie, the head coach of the Furman Paladin men's basketball team, said it is a mid-major arena with major vibes. And I got to tell you, I absolutely got there. Like, one of the things I am interested in talking with Jason about was the way that this came about in an era where obviously schools like Furman, when we talk about the domination of college athletics, primarily by the Power Two, the Big Ten and the SEC. And then we talk about the fact that the money is more important than it has ever been. The conversation over the years has been, if there's only so much money to go around, how do schools like Furman, like Wofford, how do they stay relevant? How do they stay in existence? How do they operate moving forward? And one of the answers that I have given for years is that colleges like a Furman, I think, have to operate from this point forward with a very fan-first mentality. I think they have to operate much like minor league baseball teams do, the Spartanburgers, the Drive. Minor league hockey teams do, the Greenville Swamp Rabbits, soccer clubs like the Greenville Triumph, the way that those outfits operate. That is to say, I think they have to operate with what is going to make people want to come here? What is going to make people want to spend a Saturday afternoon or a Wednesday evening in our arena watching our sport? And I think one of the answers to that is you've got to have an arena, you've got to have a complex that is catering to them. It caters to them maybe even more than it caters to the team itself, right? Like, this is why over the last couple of years, the Greenville Triumph worked so hard to get their new stadium up and running over at Bridgeway. It is to make sure that they are able to build an arena, and Furman's done an incredible job hosting the Triumph without a doubt. But the Triumph want a soccer-specific stadium so that they can have a stadium that they can tailor and customize directly to the needs, the wants, the desires of Greenville Triumph fans. I think when you look at the Swamp Rabbits, if you go into the Bon Secours Wellness Arena, you know what that arena does, right? Like that arena is the multi-purpose facility. That arena is an arena that is catering to concerts and galas and events, et cetera, et cetera. But if you go in there on any given day, what you will find is that that stadium goes above and beyond in making sure that it feels like it is the home of the Greenville Swamp Rabbits. If you head on over to Fluor Field, if you head on over to Three Fists in Spartanburg, you will find out that those stadiums, while they host a litany of events, they are designed and operated very specifically to create a world where Drive fans and Spartanburgers fans go, yeah, I kind of want to go to the ballpark. I kind of want to go to a baseball game tonight. And it's not necessarily just about the baseball. It's about the experience at large. So I went yesterday to Timmins Arena, the improved, the upgraded Timmins Arena. And I will tell you that if you did not get the chance to go yesterday, you're going to love it. You're going to love the upgrades. I will start with one that hilariously, and I appreciated this out of him. And when we're able to get Jason on here in just a minute, I'll ask him about it. I was talking to Jason yesterday before the unveiling began. And when I was telling him, dude, the place looks incredible. I'm blown away. What a spectacular job you guys have done with this. He was running me through some of the upgrades that they have. And he goes, yeah, man, we put a lot into it. We think we're good. There's new bathrooms everywhere. Like, it's hype. It's absolutely hype. I think that's incredible. I think the fact that there is a bar/concession stand on all four sides of the basketball court is spectacular. I'll tell you what I absolutely loved as a sports bro. They have I am going to call it a party deck. All right. Over on the far side, when you walk in the front doors, over on the far side, there's what I am going to call a party deck. It's kind of a standing room, high top table only area, big platform, looks down over the court. And up above where you would look down at the court, there is a handful of big screen TVs. Why is that important? Well, if I want to go to a Furman game, but let's also say that theoretically there's another game going on, right? Like I'm over there, but there's also a big time SEC game going on between two potential Final Four teams. They'll be able to put that on as well. So you can go to a Furman game, but still be up to date with everything that is happening in the sports world. In fact, I had a bit of a laugh yesterday because I went into the lounge that connects out to the basketball floor. I went out to the lounge, and when I did, they had a bunch of TVs back there as well. And one of them had, some generic sports stuff on. They were talking about the golf and the Ryder Cup and all that. And the other one was just replaying on a loop the end of the Furman, Virginia NCAA March Madness tournament upset game on it. And me and like four other dudes were sitting in that room just watching that game on loop and on replay and talking about it. I'm like, this is exactly what's going to make this work, is the fact that you've created this environment where I am here just for a little ceremony, right? And it wasn't a little ceremony. They had the band, they had the cheerleaders, they had the step team, they had the dance team, they had the men's basketball and women's basketball team, they had the volleyball team out. It was phenomenal. But I'm here for a arena opening ceremony at this new basketball gym. And what ends up happening, but me and like 6 or 7 Furman fans are sitting there around a table just having a great time reminiscing about that win over Virginia in the tournament. Like, that's how I knew in that moment. That is the moment that I was like, this stadium is going to accomplish exactly what Furman needs. And that's not even to say I got to take a tour of the locker room. Dude, it looks as nice as any Power 5 Division I locker room for a basketball team I've ever been in. they, in the locker room, have the wins wall, where if you are a member of the Paladin basketball team and you reach 70, 80, 90, or 100 wins, your picture and your name goes up on the wall of the facility for perpetuity. Spectacular. You celebrate your athletes. They got big screens with PS5s and Xboxes. Their lockers are big, spacious, nice. Like, if you are Furman and you are trying to get the best basketball players that you can get to come play at Paladin Stadium, you will not be able to throw the NIL money at them that some other schools will be able to. You know what you can do? You can provide them with a brand new gym that has incredible facilities, a beauty of a locker room. You can provide them with a place that those athletes walk in and they go, yeah, I want to play basketball here. This is where I want to be. This is where I want to play my hoops. This place is spectacular. Let's have at it. So I was blown away. I was impressed. I don't know what to tell you. It was a phenomenal job by the Furman Paladins to put this together. I think here's what we'd like to do. I'm going to check with Jason, see if he can come on with us at 9. See if we can get him up in the next segment, because I don't want to throw 2 minutes at you. I've got the slideshow running on the stream. If you haven't seen it yet, come to the stream, facebook.com/TheFanUpstate, The Fan Upstate on YouTube or Twitter, The Rob Brown Show on Facebook, on YouTube, and on Twitch. I got some pictures I was fortunate enough to take yesterday from the arena. And when we come back in the next segment, we will get the athletic director of Furman University, Jason Donnelly, on the show. We'll check in with all that went into the upgrades. We'll get into some of the specific upgrades that were made to Timmons Arena, and some enormous news about Furman's basketball team moving forward. All that coming up. Jason Donnelly next on the Rob Brown Show. Lonzo with a sports flash now.
Yay. I think I can make this work.
Hooray.
The Atlanta Braves lost to Miami last night 2-1. Spencer Strider's record dropped to 5-12. That's not good. After giving up just 3 hits and 1 run across 7 innings, Atlanta had just 3 hits on the night. Their only run coming from Drake Baldwin, whose home run for the rookie was his 14th of the year in the 9th inning. Running back Rasul Faison will be available to the Gamecocks in Week 1 as the NCAA finally approved his eligibility waiver yesterday. The former Utah State second-team All-Mountain West player signed with the Gamecocks in January, but had to wait for an eligibility waiver, making him a 7th-year senior. Faison rushed for over 1,000 yards and scored 8 touchdowns last year. The Bengals and edge rusher Trey Hendrickson have ended their negotiations. Hendrickson has agreed to a $14 million raise from the team, boosting his salary this year to $30 million plus a $1 million signing bonus. Nice catch. No, it worked. You didn't hear it?
No, I didn't hear it.
Yeah, I heard the room. We can do it again though, but
yeah. So
hold on. Let me.
But I want to make sure I can hear you.
Let me take down the stream for a second. Sorry, stream, but we'll be back.
with the phone line, so I have spoken with Jason Donnelly. We are going to push him to tomorrow. He is being more than gracious with his time, and I very much appreciate that. So we will hopefully get Jason Donnelly up tomorrow. We have Captain America Chris Evans down the hall mere moments ago in here working on it. He will be in here after the show is over, getting the phone straightened out. The good news is that the text line is working. 844-326-3663, 844-FANFONE. And you can text the radio broadcast. The question of the day, which I don't do very often, but I am doing one today, is what do the Clemson Tigers have to do in order for Cade Klubnik to win a Heisman Trophy? What do the South Carolina Gamecocks have to do in order for Lenora Sellers to win a Heisman Trophy this year? What do you think those two football teams must accomplish in order for either one of those two quarterbacks, both inside of the top 5 shortest odds? And Lenora Sellers has become a very trendy pick to win a Heisman this year. Cade has been a popular pick to do so after the season that he had last year. What do those teams need to accomplish to make it happen? I do not think for South Carolina that they can do worse than 9-3. I think that is the absolute bottom for the South Carolina Gamecocks if they want to end up with Lenora Sellers bringing a big old trophy back down to Columbia, South Carolina. As far as the Tigers go, I think Clemson honestly may have to be, I think 10-2 is the absolute worst they can be. I realistically think 11-1 might be the expectation for Clemson. Why? Why the difference? Why the disparity between those two numbers? Very simply, conference they play in and schedule that they play against. Lenora Sellers has the toughest 7 final weeks in college football ahead of him. Cade does not. At least not on paper in the preseason. On paper in the preseason, and I am higher on the ACC this year than a lot of people are. I think Georgia Tech is a genuine playoff threat this year. I think that Louisville, if Miller Moss is him, the way that Jeff Brom thinks that Miller Moss is him, I think Louisville is a dark horse playoff team this year. Jeff Brom's been there before. He can do that. Duke, 9-win team last year. Is it a bounce back year for Florida State? The folks down in Tallahassee, there's 2 schools of thought. About half the people that cover this team say there is something in that locker room out for revenge. And about half the people down there are saying this team's going to suck again, like historically bad. And I don't know which one is true. If the Noles bounce back, the ACC might be better than it's getting credit for. So I don't know is the answer. I don't know, but I am very interesting to see how it goes. Dewey text the show at 844-326-3663. Dewey says, quote, neither Klubnik nor Sellers will live up to the hype, end quote. I will say this. The hype is hype, man. The hype is through the roof for both. We played you a clip a little while ago from David Pollack, former Georgia linebacker turned football analyst. And he said, Willie B is a special place. Actually, he said, Willie B is stupid. But he said it in a very complimentary way. He said, those fans turn out even when the team is bad. Quote, now they have a lot to be excited about. And honestly, I think that is true and accurate. They do. How much, though? How much? If this team goes to the playoffs, I think Lenora Sellers is absolutely going to New York City, primarily because I don't think this team can go to the playoffs unless Lenora Sellers has a historic season. I think that's what it would take. I've already done our playoff bracket prognostication. I've got Georgia winning the SEC. I've got Alabama and Texas out of the SEC joining them in the college football playoffs. I do not think South Carolina gets there. That is not to say that they cannot get there. I'm saying I don't think that they will. But if they do, if they make it in, it will be because Lenora Sellers has a historic season relative to what other South Carolina Gamecock quarterbacks have done over the years. If that's the case, he'll be there. If they are not, I don't think they can be worse than 9-3. But the fact that we are talking about 9-3 being borderline disappointing tells you where Lenora Sellers is at. Kane messages the show on our live stream, facebook.com/thefanupstate, the Fan Upstate on YouTube, the Fan Upstate on Twitter, the Rob Brown Show on Facebook, on YouTube, and on Twitch. Search it, subscribe to it, turn the bell on. Don't miss the show. We are live all 4 hours, all 5 days of the week. Kane says, quote, Clemson has to win definitively against ACC teams and win against LSU and South Carolina. The O-line needs to protect Cade. Yeah, I mean, I think that statement that you ended there with, Kane, about the offensive line, I think that's probably more true about Lenora Sellers, right? Like I've said this on a few shows that I've been on to talk about this. I am grateful to Shane Beamer, Lenora Sellers, and the Gamecocks because as they have become a progressively more trendy to make the playoffs bet nationally, as I cover that team here in the beautiful upstate of South Carolina, I have been called and asked to go on shows around the country. By the way, Adam Epstein from 106.1 The Fan in Charlottesville, Virginia, is going to join us on Friday morning. He covers the Virginia Tech Hokies. He will join us Friday morning at 9:20 to go behind enemy lines to talk about South Carolina v. Virginia Tech. So I think that, and I've said this on a number of shows that I've been asked to be on to talk about the Gamecocks this year. You go back to, yes, including that Clemson game that South Carolina won on the road last year. Lenora Sellers spent a significant amount of time running for his life, right? We had a tweet earlier in the day. In fact, let me go pull it up and give it to you. We had a tweet earlier in the day from Benson Payne at Major Payne Jr., great handle, who said, a thing to remember about Klubnik is that Texas had only allowed 7 passing touchdowns all season, and Cade had 3 in the playoff game. But why is no one talking about Sellers having to develop as a passer before labeling him a second coming? And I think it is a fair question from Major Payne Jr., a.k.a. Benson Payne. I think it's a fair question. But the response that I would give is, I think there were 2 things last year that prevented Lenora Sellers from looking like he is a developed passer. I'll say 3 things. The first is, I don't think he was. I think there's a lot of room for improvement this year in the passing game for Lenora Sellers. I would not disagree with that take. But I also think there were 2 things, I guess a more apropos way of putting it would be there are 2 things that prevented him from developing as a passer last year. The first is the wide receiver core last year was unreliable. Even Nick Harbor himself has said, got to address the drops, right? Like that can't be a thing this year. We can't have a Heisman Trophy caliber quarterback who doesn't trust the wide receivers and doesn't trust himself to put the ball down the field because of the drops. But the second thing, and I think perhaps the more important thing, is even in that Clemson game, a win on the road, Lenora Sellers spent a lot of time running for his life last year. Like spent a lot of time. Not running because he's got wheels, not running because he's got zip, razzle, and dazzle with the wheels. He spent a lot of time running for his life because he was getting chased last year, because there was a steady stream of linebackers and defensive linemen who were closing the gap on him much more rapidly than you want for a guy that you hope to send to New York City at the end of the year. I agree. The offensive line has to make sure that with an upgraded wide receiver room, as Clemson has this year, the offensive line has to make sure that Cade Klubnik can stay upright. I'd say that's true of every quarterback. There are very few of them that you can say, and mediocre offensive line, but that probably isn't going to be enough to keep him out of New York. Now, I will say, if there is a Heisman finalist at quarterback that I'm comfortable saying that about, I would say it is Lenora Sellers, maybe more so than anybody else. Cade's got wheels too. But even if Dabo has said for 3 years running now, I want Cade Klubnik running now, I would also make the point that I don't want Cade running unless it is to extend plays, right? Like, I'm not saying you don't ever utilize him as a ball carrier. I think you can, much the same way that in a lot of spots last year, Texas used Arch Manning as a situational ball carrier. I think you can do the same thing with Cade Klubnik, assuming he's got a good head on his shoulders about when to slide, go down, and not get absolutely rocked. Lenoris, I think I can trust, hey, you're going to have to make some plays. Offensive line is very average. You're going to have to make some plays with your legs this year. I trust him to do that. But the fact that he had to do that last year, I think kind of took away from his ability to get better as somebody who can take a shotgun snap, stay in the pocket, and throw the football down the field. And again, if Nick Harbor has indeed worked on and gotten rid of his case of the dropsies that he was dealing with last year, if that is the case, then you still have got to have enough time to let Nick Harbor, the speedster with height and hops on the outside, get down the sideline. And if he can do that, and Lenore Sellers has time to stand in the pocket, see it develop, maybe he only needs to do a little bit there, right? Like maybe he only needs to have a little bit of movement in the pocket to find those guys down the field. Then I think that offense looks much more dangerous. Again, there's moving parts to that. Did Harbor get rid of his case of the dropsies? Does the offensive line allow Lenora Sellers to have enough time that he can run that 7 route, that 9 route, and find the space in the field that he needs to get open down the field? If the answer is no to that, then I don't know I don't know that it's going to matter, to be honest with you at that point. I don't know that it's going to matter at that point. So that's one of the big questions. And again, I'm doing the 3 big questions series on social media right now. I've got South Carolina's coming up either today or tomorrow. And one of the big 3 questions, I am already aware of this. One of the big 3 questions for South Carolina is going to be, can I trust your offensive line? Can I trust it to allow your now official RB1 and Faison to be the guy that he was at Utah State? Or will additional pressure from Southeastern Conference defensive lines prevent him from being that guy? And number 2, will they give Lenore Sellers time to be a threat to throw the football? Because if I am aware that with added pressure, Lenore Sellers is going to have to do something special with his legs, I am not only bringing added pressure, I'm bringing it consistently, and I'm bringing it from all over the field so that he can't get comfortable running left. He can't get comfortable running right. He can't get comfortable running gut. He's going to have a different dude or dudes coming from different locations on the football field every single week. And if he's got different dudes coming from different locations every single week, he's never going to have the opportunity to get progressively more comfortable with pulling it and running it. So when I put all those things together, that's what the third question of South Carolina's big 3 is going to be. And that is what it's going to take, I think, for South Carolina to get to the 9-3 record that Lenore Sellers will need to get to if he wants to win a Heisman. Cade Klubnik, I have fewer questions about the offensive line. Not none, but fewer. I have fewer questions about the wide receiver core. What I do have a question about, and this is not going to be a hot take or shocking to anyone, I have a question about the run game. Is Adam Randall really the guy, a converted wide receiver? I think we've leaned on that quite a bit, obviously. I also think if he wasn't capable of it, I don't think Dabo has him back there, right? So I think he goes with the true freshman back there if Adam Randall's not capable of it. And maybe that's what ends up happening. I don't know. But what I will say is the question for Clemson is, do you have a running game that demands that defenses stay honest? Because while the defenses Cade Klubnik will see across the ACC are not going to be consistently as talented on the field as the defenses Lenore Sellers will see, there's still All-Americans out there. There's still athletes out there. And if there's still athletes out there and they learn Clemson does not have a run threat, therefore, we're just going to throw 7 at Cade Klubnik every snap. Pressure ramps up. So for South Carolina, can you protect Lenore Sellers to where he is an actual threat to throw the ball and in a way that he can develop enough to throw the ball? And for Clemson, can you run the ball enough that ACC defenses don't just bring 7 every down and have 2 of those guys on the mission of kill the quarterback? If those answers are yes, both of those guys are guys that could be in New York for the Heisman Trophy celebration. What do you think? 844-326-3663. Text that number, 844-FANFONE. What do the Gamecocks need to do, and what do they need to accomplish to send Lenore Sellers to New York City? What do the Clemson Tigers need to do and accomplish to send Cade Klubnik? When we come back, NFL Cut Day is here. Let's talk about some of the moves that have already been made and should be made and might be made and won't be made in the NFL. Next up on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Everybody seems to know that we had home problems.
I honestly completely forgot that that's why Diesel and Cole had me on the string yesterday. Right back, guys. Stay right there for me. It is cut day in the National Football League. Teams must get down to their 53-man opening day roster by 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which of course means that there are going to be a lot of moves, trades, cuts, pickups, waiver wires, and more. It also means that many, if not most of you, have already had your or within the next few days will have your fantasy football draft. So let's take a look at some of the cuts that have been made, some of the moves that have been made so far over the past 24 hours as teams wrapped up the preseason and started figuring out the shape of their 53-man. Former third-round pick with the Washington Commanders, Ricky Stromberg, has been cut by the Bears. We know that. Eric Watts, defensive end, out with the Jets. Ronnie Harrison, linebacker, cut by the Atlanta Falcons just a few minutes ago. Zadarius Smith was a free agency pickup who was with Detroit for a hot minute. Remember, the trade for Smith got made last year. He had 9 sacks last year. He is a free agent as it stands right now, according to Jeremy Fowler. Multiple contending teams have checked in on Zadarius Smith. He is waiting on the right situation, quote unquote, from Fowler. Quentin Bell cut by the Dolphins. Offensive tackle Carter Warren gone from the Jets. We have a couple of trades. One of the most recent, the Browns trading a 2028 7th-round pick for Rams offensive lineman KT Leviston. Leviston was the 7th-round pick of the 2024 draft. Ian Rappaport reported that one. Not to spend a bunch of time on it because Lord knows everybody else did. But did you see the conversation about the final preseason game of Shedeur Sanders got real interesting yesterday? Shedeur was out there running with the 3s and the 4s in the final Browns preseason game, and he got yanked from the game before the 3-minute drill. And a lot of people were like, "Oh, that's because he was stinking up the field," and he did genuinely look bad. He got sacked, I think, 3 times, lost like 15 yards in sackage. We're going with sackage. I'm allowing it.
Sackage.
I'm allowing it. Let up like 15 yards in sackage. He also went, 6 of 12 for not a lot of yards. It was not a great performance. But he was out there with the 3s and the 4s. And the conversation, this has been very interesting to me. The conversation around Shedeur Sanders, because there's like 3 groups of people right now when it comes to Shedeur Sanders. And I'm not going to do a whole Shedeur segment. I'm going to get back to some of the moves, but I did want to bring this up because of some cut line deadlines that got made by the Browns. There's like 3 schools of thoughts about Shedeur Sanders right now. There's group 1, which is Shedeur stinks and he does not need to be around an NFL football field. There's group number 2, which is Shedeur's amazing and everybody's out to get him. And then there's school of thought number 3, which is where I am of a kid's got talent. Let's see. Right? Let's see. So yesterday,
I just want to say I'm with you on 3. I'm not everyone's out to get him. I'm not all that kind of stuff. I do think he was put in a bad position in that preseason game, especially since they released all the linemen the next day.
And that's exactly where I'm going.
Yeah.
That's exactly where I'm going. So the 3 schools of thought, either A, he's an incredible athlete and everybody who doesn't think he should already be in the Hall of Fame is just a hater. School number 2, which is the kid sucks and there's no reason for him to be on a team. And school number 3, which is where Alonzo and I are, and I think most people who know ball are, which is, let's see. Like, he's got some talent. He's got athleticism. Let's see if he can pick it up in the NFL.
He also has an opportunity now with Kenny Pickett being
absolutely
traded away.
And I'm going to get to that as well. So
I'm just going to stop.
No. That's not why I'm saying it. That's not why I'm saying it. What I'm saying is you are spot on in all of those things, bringing context to the conversation about Shedeur. And I saw yesterday, I did not get involved because there was absolutely no benefit to me doing so. But I saw a conversation yesterday where there was a guy on, I think it was on Reddit, on the NFL subreddit, There was a guy on Reddit who was pointing out Shedor's numbers in the third preseason game. And he's like, see, I told you he's only in the league because of his old man. And then there were a bunch of people that responded with, dude, the Browns sent him out there behind a fourth string offensive line who, as Lonzo pointed out accurately and correctly, of the 5 guys that were blocking for Shedor in his final preseason game, 4 of them got cut right after the game. Like they didn't even make it to the locker room, to the parking lot before they were off the team. They got pink slipped before they had their shoulder pads off, right? So that is where I ended up in the spot where I went back to the metaphor I've used for a long time. I don't care if you got Dale Earnhardt Sr. running the Daytona 500. If he's in a Honda Civic, he's not winning that thing. The equipment isn't there. Sometimes the best in the world at what they do are just put in a situation where it is an unwinnable situation. A reality of life, a harsh reality of life that some people need to learn the hard way is that there are unwinnable situations, right? There just are. You cannot win no matter what you do. I can't remember who the quote is attributed to, but there is the quote of sometimes you can do everything right and still lose. That's just the reality of life, right? It's kind of like I say as a half-hearted joke, but it's not really a joke. Sometimes it is not good to tell young kids, you can do anything you want to do, because no, you can't. I wanted to be an astronaut. I could not do it.
You're just trolling. I still believe you're trolling with that.
I'm genuinely not. And
because you make a lot of people mad when you say that.
Okay, fine. Get mad. Get mad about reality. Rob Brown,
including me. I hate when you say that.
That's fine. Lonzo, I wanted nothing more when I was a high school junior than to go to the United States Air Force Academy and fly jets. And I went and did the checkout. I got the letters of recommendation. I had the GPA. I had everything in line. And I went to talk to someone from the U.S. Air Force Academy. You know what they told me?
You're too tall.
You're too tall.
Yeah.
I cannot fly jets.
Ask me how I know.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to be an astronaut too.
I cannot do it. This is exactly the example of I could not do anything I wanted to do. There is no world in which I was a jet fighter. I physically could not do that. I was too tall. So that's kind of the point. So blah, 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 blah. The point here is Shedeur Sanders didn't have the equipment around him to succeed in game 3. Go back to week 1 against the Panthers. He looked pretty damn good. Granted, against the Panthers, kind of starters, but also kind of backups, whatever. The point here is he watched 4 of the 5 linemen who were protecting him get cut. And then I watched the conversation devolve into, if you're anti-Shedeur, you're a racist. And the NFL's a racist. I'm like, yo, I believe the number now is 15 starting quarterbacks who are black. Like, I'm not saying that there's no racism around the NFL.
Also, the percentage of black players is
it's like 70+%.
Yeah, that's when you devolve to the lowest thing is going race card in the end.
Well,
I don't believe it has anything to do with that.
I would call a timeout.
I'm talking about this situation.
Sure. This situation, I totally agree. I would call a timeout on it's the lowest thing. I absolutely believe there is an element of racism in certain places across all major professional sports. I would also say that even if there are owners who are racist, they want to make more. They want to make money more than they want to be racist. All right. That's just the reality too. So the whole Shedeur, it can't succeed because, white guys are trying to hold him down. No, I disagree with that too. I just think he's not there yet. I think he can get there though.
It also could be that this Stefanski is not that great of a head coach. Could be that too.
Could be that.
I don't know that. I don't know that any other head coach would go, oh yeah, that's our starter right there.
I agree.
But I don't think another head coach would put him in the situation that he put him in.
I agree.
Because it almost looked like it was, I get the perspective that it looked retaliatory, him doing it that way.
Absolutely. But I could also make the argument of, let's throw him out there in the absolute worst possible situation and see how he responds to it, right? Like, let's put him under the most possible adversity. Dude, we are putting you out there, and you know it, with guys who are absolutely not NFL players. We are putting you out there with 4 out of 5 offensive linemen who are absolutely not NFL players. Now let's see what you do with it. Let's see how you respond. And to his credit, Shedeur kept busting his ass. Like, he was playing the best he could play.
Yeah, his main thing is he's got to get rid of the ball. I mean, it's a bad look for him. He did that in the Panther game, and he did that in this game too, running around back there trying to make plays. I get it, but at some point you got to go, oh man, this guy's going to catch me and just throw the ball away.
100%. There's a million different things that could be the truth about all of this, right? A million different things. The reality is he was out there with equipment that he couldn't win behind. He busted his ass. It didn't go great. But here's the other part I would point out. Who did they just trade? Kenny Pickett. They just got one of those quarterbacks out of the way. And remember, I said when they brought in Kenny Pickett, I think there's a reason for this. And I think the reason is Shedeur Sanders. We set him up with benchmarks, right? We need you to outplay Kenny Pickett. Nobody thinks Kenny Pickett's a good starting quarterback, but he's a solid veteran backup. We need you to beat him out. Then we need you to beat out Dylan Gabriel, another guy we drafted in the same draft. We need you to outplay another rookie quarterback. And then if you can do that, then we need you to go beat out Joe Flacco, a 40-plus-year-old NFL vet who's good enough to win, probably not good enough to win a Super Bowl, but good enough to win us some games. And if you can beat out those three guys, we will know you're QB1. Well, guess what? He's now beat out Kenny Pickett, and now we'll find out if he beat out Dylan Gabriel to become QB2 or if he's QB3 emergency quarterback and has to earn that spot.
By the way, really quick, according to Joe Person, the Panthers are releasing Raheem Blackshear. When I watched the preseason game the other day, I was surprised he was still on the team. So I'm not. Rico Dowdle and ETN are so good. It's not a surprise.
No, I totally agree with that. The only reason I thought Raheem Blackshear would have stayed on the team is as a kick returner. But here's the thing. You can keep another wide receiver if you make Jimmy Horn Jr. your kick returner. And I think that's what's going to happen. We'll talk about where the Panthers are, some of the moves they've got made, a little bit more about this potential Adam Thielen trade to the Vikings, and more to wrap up the show next on the Rob Brown Show. It's the Fan Upstate, y'all.
Bills are releasing Laviska Shenault Jr.
That one's unshocking. Are there any other big names we haven't gotten to? Rasul Douglas signing with the Dolphins. Tommy DeVito. Tommy Cutlets. I'm going to go home and I'm going to stop on the way home and get some gabagool in memory of one Tommy Cutlets.
If you went to buy gabagool, would you know what it was?
Yeah. I know. I've had it before.
I know we looked it up, but would you walk into the butcher and say, hey, butcher, give me some gabagool? And would the butcher know what it was?
I don't know. And I will tell you why. Because I do have a butcher. Do you have a butcher? I have a butcher.
No.
I have a butcher. All right. I have a guy. I got a meat guy.
My daggum butcher's food line.
I got a meat guy. Right down the house from me.
Got a meat guy.
Right down the street from my house on Wade Hampton. There is a let me get the official name of it. There is a butcher shop. Well, it is a butcher shop. They do the butchering right there. It is Black Sheep Market in Taylor's. It's on Wade. I'm gonna give them a plug because I love these guys. It is a African American owned meat and butcher store. And I am telling you right now, I go there twice a week, and I have literally never not walked out of there with way more than I intended.
I don't care who owns it, as long as the meat's good.
I mean, sure, we call it whatever we want. I will 1000% support this store, and I will also tell you, the product kicks ass. I get my seafood there. They got alligator, and it's as fresh as I've ever found alligator in the upstate because I make alligator all the time. They got alligator, and I'm not talking like pre-cooked. I'm talking like they got alligator. You got to take it home and prep it.
So you can look at at alligator meat and know if it's fresh or not.
Yes.
I mean,
1,000%.
I don't think I've seen alligator meat.
1,000%.
What color is it? I mean, is it?
It honestly
like
doesn't.
Any other meat?
It's a little bit lighter than like steak, like a red steak. But yes, and they have it. Because I used to get my alligator meat because, yes, I'm a dude who gets his alligator meat from
I got to admit, I've never heard anyone say that before.
Oh, yeah, dude. I love gator.
It being you, I'm not surprised.
I flash fry stuff at my house all the time. Like I love frying seafood. And I used to get it looks, you know what it looks like? It looks like chicken. It really does look like slightly darker chicken. I used to get my alligator meat from a website called lacrawfish.com because you can order it in
LA as in Louisiana.
As in Louisiana.
Okay.
You can order it in like 5, 10, or 20 pound bags of alligator meat. And I used to get like a 10-pound bag of alligator meat, and then I would just flour it and deep fry it all, and then I would flash freeze whatever I wasn't going to use. You can get it in tenderloin, so you can get it in a big thing. And I used to get that. I used to effectively get a whole gator tail, and then I would curl it up on a smoker, close the smoker, and I would just smoke a whole gator tail.
So it's the skin's off of it, though.
Yeah.
But no, because
no, 100%.
You could be smoking it with the skin in it. I don't know.
No, you get it skinned. It's already butchered and processed. It's just like getting a big thing of ribs. It's already butchered and processed. You could also, I never did this, but I've got a friend of mine back home in Destin, big LSU guy. And once a year, usually when they're playing like Alabama or one of the big rivalries, you could buy from that website, you could buy a whole skinned alligator. So you could just get a whole gator. It's already skinned, but the head and the tail are still on it. And you can smoke a whole gator.
That sounds creepy looking.
It's freaking delicious.
Okay. But I'm just saying, so you put that on the spit, you put it on the grill. What do? You
put it on a smoker.
Okay.
You curl them up, put them on a smoker.
I'm just picturing you out there with the spit, turning it.
You can do
some
that.
Water on it or whatever every once in a while.
There was a guy who used to tailgate games in Baton Rouge. I had a dear friend of mine, Andy Brigman, whose dad is an LSU season ticket holder. And we used to go once a year to tailgate in Baton Rouge. And he had a guy who he would put a gator on a spit. It was motorized. So it just turned itself. And he would put that thing on like the night before and just let it cook over heat until the next day.
James,
you walk up and pick meat off of it.
James, Rob's hair's too short to catch gator. You gotta have.
I don't know, dude. I'm getting there.
You gotta have full on mullet to be a gator catcher.
We were talking about butcher shops during the break because I got a butcher shop. I got a butcher shop right down the street from me in Taylor's that I absolutely love. Black Sheep, they are spectacular, and I get all my meat there, including I get my alligator from there. Lonzo was like, "You get alligator? You damn right, I get alligator."
You do understand that that's not just maybe it's my northern sensibilities coming through. They're always going to be there somewhere, even though I've lived here half my life. I've never heard anyone nonchalantly say, "Yeah, I get my gator there."
I have won the wife over on gator. The wife loves alligator now because what I'll do is I'll go get a gator tail because you can get them in 5 pound, 10 pound, whatever, big tail, little tail, whatever. I'll get a tail that is already skinned and processed, and then I'll cut it up in nuggets, and then I'll deep fry alligator, and you can do it whatever size you want. So I'll deep fry alligator. Basically, I make chicken nuggets with alligator tail. I'll season them up, use a little Tony Satchery and the flour to get it a good little Cajun spice to it, drop it in that hot oil.
Steven says it's also a term for smoking weed. Smoking gator.
I've never heard that euphemism before. I'm good with it. I like it. But I actually smoke alligator. I will say I haven't done it in a couple of years because not last football season.
I would ask you to bring me some in, but I'm going to bring you some of that. You've only brought.
I brought you king cake.
Yeah, I was going to say you've only brought me one thing, and then you told me it wasn't as good as it.
Well, it's not as good as when you get it right out the box.
Yeah, so.
But it's still pretty good. I'll tell you what, Lonzo, and you can hold me to this one.
Go ahead. Don't do it. You're not going to do it.
Hold up. Because on Sunday, I'm married to Gamecock. The wife's football team plays on Sunday, and good and gosh darn well.
Gamecocks play on Sunday?
They play on Sunday against the Virginia Tech Hokies in Atlanta, Georgia at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. As a matter of fact, 2 p.m. is kickoff. The wife, she loves her some alligator. So here's what I'm going to do, Zoe. And if I don't do this, you can call me out on it Monday. Okay? I will accept it.
Thank you for the permission to call you out.
You're very welcome.
I need permission.
You're very welcome. Here's what I'm going to do. Great one. I'm going to go on Sunday. I'm going to get some alligator. I'm going to deep fry some alligator on Sunday for the game. That's what the wife's going to get for her little treat, her little football treat on Sunday. Because when the Saints play, she knows. Don't bother me. Don't bug me. You can watch the game with me, but leave me alone.
What's the best way to reheat gator, though?
You know what? I mean,
because if you bring it in, it's not going to be hot if you bring me any. So
the answer is
the air fryer.
The answer is the air fryer.
Okay, so if I were to go downstairs and use the microwave downstairs, it wouldn't make the entire downstairs smell like gator.
No. It's going to be the same as
That's a little disappointing.
It's going to be the exact. You're going to treat it the exact same way as like a chicken nugget, right? Like you can reheat a chicken nugget in the microwave; it'll be fine. You really want to throw it in the air fryer because it'll keep that crispy on the outside, not make it soggy.
So I could give one to my wife and not tell her what it is till
1000%.
Because she's probably not watching right now. So
1000%
listening. Yeah.
You think she'd say no if you said this is alligator?
Yes.
Rob brought you some alligator.
Yes, I do.
I'm gonna make some fried gator. I am gonna fry up some gator.
What goes with gator?
It's fried seafood, whatever you want with it.
I mean, I don't know what sides would you normally make when
I make fried gator, I'm usually it is going to be I'm making it with jambalaya. I'm making it with etouffee.
That's what I meant.
I'm answering it. Like it's going to be like an etouffee. It's going to be probably I might make I make it home. I make a Cajun Alfredo. It's like a typical Italian Alfredo, but I spice it up with a little Cajun spice to it, and then I'll put some I'll put seafood into it. Like actually, I can make a gator Alfredo, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to home fry up some gator on Sunday. That's going to be the wife's little football treat, and I'm going to take 3-4 little gator nuggets, put them on the side. I'll bring them to you. Take them home, air fry them up.
What are the Vegas odds he remembers to do this?
Oh, it's going to happen. I just popped it into the Google calendar to remind me. All right. If it goes in the Google calendar, it's absolutely happening. And if nothing else, I put it in there because it goes straight to the wife's phone. When I put something in the calendar, the wife sees it pop up. And now that I put in there, fry up gator for South Carolina, Virginia Tech, she's going to expect it. So now I got to do it. So I'll save you some off to the side. Shane said, did you just say gator Alfredo? Bruh, you can put gator in anything you would put chicken in. Anything you would do with chicken, you can do with alligator tail too. Anything you do with chicken.
By the way, the Browns are releasing wide receiver Deontay Johnson.
Another former Panther. Unsurprising. And Laviska Shenault got cut earlier too.
If you are calling the show, unfortunately, our phones are not functioning right now. Sorry about that.
Sorry about that. We will hopefully those will be fixed today, and we'll be ready to take some phone calls, including athletic director of the Furman Paladins, Jason Donnelly, who was more than kind enough when I said, hey, man, the phones are screwed up. He's like, don't worry about it. I'll come on tomorrow. We got you hooked up. So we'll have Jason Donnelly, fingers crossed, on the show tomorrow. All right, some of the other NFL moves, because I don't want to spend all the time talking about Butchers and Gators. I could do a whole show on Butchers and Gators, but we'll get to some other news. We mentioned earlier, Kenny Pickett has been traded to the Las Vegas Raiders, opens up the door for Shedeur Sanders to either be QB 2 or 3, depending on how they stack him up with Dylan Gabriel. If I made you make the call right now, you're the GM for the Cleveland Browns. Alonzo, you get to move one onto the main roster as QB 2, and you get to send one to the practice squad as your emergency third quarterback between Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur. What's your lineup?
See, this is difficult for me because I have several different biases that come into play.
Yeah, your paycheck is on the line for getting this call right. Ain't no fandom in it. It's your livelihood.
You got to look at the fact that your starting quarterback is very old.
Yep.
And as you get older, you know this. As you get older, things get hurt and they don't heal.
I
as
threw
fast
my
as
back
they
out
used to.
sneezing the other day. I'm aware.
There you go. So I think it would be difficult, but I probably would go with Dylan Gabriel as 2.
Honestly, I can't blame you for that. I think you're probably looking at
but
more.
But one thing the GM has that we don't have is the ability to watch practice.
That's also true.
And know what's going on in practice.
That's also true. All right, couple of other news and notes. John Bullock making the roster for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Broncos wave like 9 dudes already, so I won't go through all of them. Mike White is out. Mitch Trubisky will be Josh Allen's backup in Buffalo. The Bucs releasing quarterback Kyle Trask. He will go on the IR and either get a settlement or go on the free agent. He was Tampa's longtime QB2, will be no longer. Phil Maffa, former Clemson Tiger, going on injured reserve for the Dallas Cowboys. Jeremy Fowler reporting that the plan is for Maffa to return to the season. Return to the Cowboys this season. I actually really like this one because the Cowboys have 0 run games, so this is a good opportunity for Phil Maffa, right? They just don't have a guy. So I really like that pickup there 50 carries, 59 yards, 1 touchdown in the preseason. I would not be shocked to see Maffa probably by week 5 on the active roster. I would not be shocked to see him getting some carries. Amari Cooper returning it to the Raiders, entered free agency after 3 high-profile trades since his last team change. Oakland traded him to Dallas. Dallas traded him to Cleveland. Cleveland sent him to Buffalo. He became a free agent going back to the Raiders to work out there. I actually really like that pickup too. He ain't the same dude he was, but Geno Smith can still absolutely utilize him. Haven't really gotten to this yet. The Bengals did indeed give in and give Trey Hendrickson his raise. Hendrickson wanted 2 years. The Bengals gave him a 1-year extension for 2025, boost the salary to $30 million. However, he is scheduled to become an unrestricted free agent after this season. I did not think, unlike Micah Parsons, who I do think will leave the Dallas Cowboys, I did not think Trey Hendrickson was for sure going to leave the Bengals, but the closer we got to week 1 next weekend, the more I felt like it was becoming rapidly a possibility. I made fun of the Bengals yesterday because their owner is a cheapskate, and this was kind of the proof there. But they do get it done. $60 million this season, and Hendrickson will now finally start working out. Hendon Hooker has been waived by the Detroit Lions. Struggled with turnovers throughout training camp and preseason action. Lost the quarterback 2 spot to former Steelers quarterback Kyle Allen, who will be behind Jared Goff. The Steelers have already gone through most of their cuts. The Cardinals released 12 players, none of great notice. Steelers releasing punter Cameron Johnson, but Corliss Waitman will be their starting punter. And the Panthers moved on from 18 players already today. Here is the list according to David Newton of ESPN. Jack Plummer and Bryce Perkins both gone. Imani Bailey, K'Ron Lynch-Adams, Kobe, both running backs. Kobe Hudson, Jacoby George, TJ Luther, all the wide receivers. Dominique Daphne, the tight end. Stephen Lasoya, Luke Kandra, both linemen. Linebacker J.J. Weaver, linebacker Jacoby Winman, Jacharivius Broughton, Mello Dotson, and Trey Swilling, both cornerbacks. Safety Jack Henderson, safety Isaac Gifford, and the terminated contract of vested veteran kicker Matthew Wright. So your kicker is going to stay the same. Tomorrow on the show, after the deadline comes and goes, we will look at trades, we will look at pickups, we will look at waiver moves, etc. Full NFL breakdown tomorrow on the show.
And now, the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
I almost got another one.
It's gonna give it to you.
All right, let's find out what's Xing. The first thing that's Xing is okay. I'm gonna do it. Haboobs. It's actually a haboob. Actually,
just one haboob.
It's a haboob, not
haboobs.
No,
or in the case of that one really weird sci-fi movie, 3 haboobs.
Well, that's no.
I don't know what a haboob is.
All right, it's a dust storm.
A haboob is a dust storm. Is it Haboob?
Yes.
Haboob.
I first heard about it in Cyberpunk, but it's been labeled that on Twitter right now.
Okay, so I am looking on Twitter right now. Apparently there was a haboob. Somebody showed their haboobs out it looks like in Arizona.
Yes.
And
it's also been compared to the Mummy.
Yeah. And that's exactly what my head went. There is a cat it's in Phoenix right now. There's a photographer by the name of Chris Fraley who is putting up videos and picture of it. It straight up looks like a scene out of the Mummy. Phoenix putting its big old haboobs on the internet today for all of us to see. Sincerely, jokes aside, it is wild, dude. And it's like, it rolls up on you. Yeah. It's wild. I used to sit on the beach in Destin and watch when the thunderstorms roll off the beach onto land. It's one of my favorite things to just sit and drink rum and watch it's like that, but miserable and sandy. It's coarse and it gets everywhere. I hate sand.
Yeah. In the game Cyberpunk, you have to drive through a haboob. So, I mean, there's that. All right. The next thing that's Xing is Fox Sports.
Fox Sports is Xing because, and we didn't really get into it today, and I'll tell you why we did not get into it today. Because during the course of the show, so yesterday there was a story. Of course, Fox Sports paired up with Barstool Sports, including.
That's not what it is.
Really?
This is something that will impact you.
Really?
Fox Sports hasn't been able to get a contract negotiated with YouTube TV.
Ah, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, this is actually bigger. The story I thought it was going to be was that Fox paired with Barstool, they were going to Big Ten kickoff, and Dave Portnoy was going to be Fox's answer to Pat McAfee, which is absolutely not going to work, but that's a different conversation for another time. Fox Sports also has been unable to reach a deal with YouTube TV, which means if you're a college football fan, specifically of the Big Ten persuasion, and you watch your football on YouTube TV, unless a deal gets done between here and Friday, and it will. But unless a deal gets done between here and
There have
Friday.
been situations with Dish Network for a couple years.
That's also true.
Where they had a problem, and I had no football.
It's happened to baseball, too.
Yeah.
If a deal does not get done, there is a chance that Big Noon Saturday and Big Ten games will not be on YouTube TV on Saturday. Could you imagine waiting all this time to get to week one, get all jacked up to watch some Big Ten football, only to find out that a bunch of suits and ties decided there's not enough money on the table. So screw you, Big Ten fan. You don't get football.
All right. The next thing is Desmond Howard.
I don't know why he's trending.
All right. This has to do with the other story that you were just talking about.
Aha.
People were hoping that since Portnoy allegedly was being banned, that Desmond Howard would be banned also.
So the story goes yesterday, and again, there's a lot up in the air. Story goes, Ohio State said Dave Portnoy is not allowed in our stadium, and that may or may not screw up the plans of Big Ten Saturday because Portnoy is McAfee's is the answer to McAfee on Big Noon Kickoff. And then the thought was it was because Portnoy's got a very, let's say, checkered history during his time at Barstool, a lot of questionable behavior in the years gone by, but also he's a Michigan guy. And so the belief was maybe this is just Ohio State making a push. Now, I didn't believe that because there is only one thing bigger than rivalries in college football, and that is, of course, money from TV networks. So Fox was never going to be good with that. But then Ross Bjork, the AD at Ohio State, came out and said, whoa, we never said that. That's not true. I also could see Fox calling Ohio State and going, yo, not cool, guys. Fix the narrative. I don't know, a lot of drama. We'll let today play out. We'll talk about it tomorrow.
All right, one last thing. It is National Dog Day.
Well, I'm going home to hang out with my puppers then because they're the best. They're my favorites. Y'all have a great National Dog Day. Do not drink and drive. I'll punch you in the face tomorrow. I love you tomorrow. Just one more day until college football. Have a great rest of your day. See you back here tomorrow on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Later. Hi, guys. I need to move more clips up.
You've seen the rumors about him, haven't you?
About Desmond?
No, Jericho.
Oh, yeah. I did.
I hope it's not true. I don't want to see him back in WWE. I think he's.
I think I'm okay with it if it is a farewell run. Like if it's what they're doing with Cena. Because if nothing else, Cena Jericho as a farewell to both would actually be kind of rad. Who do you put over in that spot? It's got to be Cena, right?
Yeah. Although the going out on your shield, putting over the new talent, all that kind of stuff would be. It's all right. You end your day with a loss.
Yeah, that's a tough L to take on the way out the door. All right, dudes and dudettes, you amazing people, you. Let's see, we're Charles Woodson band. It's inevitable.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that.
That wouldn't be amusing if they just banned every Michigan guy. That's a never graduate commercial in the making right there.
And
right?
vice versa, if Michigan banned every Ohio State.
Total Recall. Yeah. That's the three-boob sci-fi movie.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember. That's right. Yes, Shane Gator Alfredo. Again, I'm telling you, he wrote it in all caps too, even though you can't tell with this font. That's in all caps. I am telling you right now, anything you can do with chicken, you can do with Gator. Rob catches his own Gator. Lonzo's wrong. I do have swamp people hair. Let me go a day or two without showering, let it get all greasy, and you'll see my swamp people hair.
I'd rather you not do that because unless it's the weekend, we got a long weekend. You go ahead.
Yes, Mike. I do got some football picks coming up. We will do Thursday picks Thursday, Friday picks Friday, and then on we'll do Thursday picks Thursday. We'll do Friday and weekend picks on Friday, and I will be bringing back Clock In and Lock In as my segment, my 4 best picks from the weekend for those of you that are maybe into that sort of thing. I will also tell you that I am working on, and it will start this week, I'm working on an LSU guy, but we will be doing weekly a segment called Behind Enemy Lines, where I will be having beat writers, reporters, and talking heads that cover the opponents of Clemson, of Carolina, and of the South Carolina Gamecocks joining us on the weekly to give us the perspective on the game from the other side. Adam Epstein from 106.1 The Fan in Charlottesville, Virginia, will be joining us on Friday at 9:20. He covers the Virginia Tech Hokies. I had a conversation with him yesterday. Super cool dude. He will be joining us on Friday. I have reached out to, I met him in SEC Media Days, Matt Moscana from 106.7 in Baton Rouge. He is a big social media dude. Said he'd be willing to come on the show. He is looking at his schedule to see if there is time or if we will need to record something outside. But in case he can't make it, I do have a couple of other guys I've opened up conversations with down in Baton Rouge. So we will have an LSU Tiger guy on to talk about Clemson LSU. But I will let you know when the time for that is. And then starting next week, when we get to week 1 of the NFL season, we will have somebody from the Jags on to talk about the Panthers week 1 as well as weeks 2 for Clemson and South Carolina. So we will do.
I hope you're proud of yourself, Joe.
We will do at least 2. We will do. I'm proud of Joe. We will do at least 2 behind enemy line segments per week, as I don't believe there is a week where more than 2 of the 3 are on the bye at the same time. So all that's coming up. We have got Clock In and Lock In on Friday. We'll also bring back the Quad Box segment where I will give you the optimum football viewing schedule for the weekend upcoming. So we got that for you. Look, football's back, baby. It's just time. Football's back. Let's get it. So tomorrow we will do.
Tomorrow's Wednesday.
Yes, tomorrow we will do a kind of all the sports wrap. Tomorrow we'll do MLB. We'll do some Braves. We'll do WNBA. We'll do off-season everything else. We'll do a bunch of NFL with the cut deadline today. Today. We'll talk about the final results tomorrow. Thursday and Friday, I will not say are exclusively, but Thursday and Friday will be primarily, I would say, 75+% college football week 1, including picks and predictions, what to watch, optimum viewing schedule, and more. So there's your schedule for the week. Tell your friends about us. Don't disrespect the Virginia Polytechnic Institute Fighting Gobblers. My favorite trivia is just Hokie is a made-up thing. I respect colleges who just make up their own thing and run with it as if it's totally real and everyone should respect it. It's the best. All right, that's it for us, kids. I got to go do social media stuff because I am a professional broadcaster. Thank you for being here. Hope you enjoyed the show. If you didn't, it's your own fault. Tell your friends about us. We want to get rich and famous and retired, preferably in that order. Have a great rest of your day. Bye.